the size of that bass.
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
And we're off. It all starts right here. 4 days to get it done. The last stand on the Tennessee River for these Bassmaster Elite Series Anglers 2022, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. We are starting at the lower end of the lake. Those are scenes from the takeoff, which is going on as we speak right now from the dam site area, the state park. Counce, Tennessee is our host city, our fantastic host city. And these anglers, Mark Zona, are looking at a different Pickwick Lake than they experienced a little more than a year ago in April of 21.
Yeah, Tommy Sanders, we have covered a lot of Bassmaster Elite Series events on this body of water, and boy, if you would have pulled really the whole entire Bassmaster Elite Series field early in practice, well, it was a busy Pickwick Lake throughout the weekend, Memorial Day weekend, and as practice has gone on, the lake has started to set up a lot better than it was early on Monday for these anglers.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, last year, as you'll remember, these guys practiced for a couple of days, and then it was 5 days before they had a chance to fish.
Wow. Because
of two postponed days, and they were greeted with a lake that was 5 feet deeper than it was. 5 feet of water poured on top of this lake, and that's a lot of water. Floodgates open at the Wilson Dam. A whole different scenario this time around, and fighting for those sweet spots on the ledges. Is that what the story's going to be, Mark Zona?
I think you can pretty much say there's going to be a lot of boat races this morning trying to get to a lot of the community holes. That the reason they're called community holes, pretty much that's the reason tournaments are dominated on Pickwick. They constantly reproduce, but those schools were not set up very well on Monday into Tuesday. They ran a lot of water through this system a week ago, and as that water has stabilized, a lot of those massive, giant 70 to 100 fish schools seemed like at least they showed back up yesterday late in practice.
Well, we got a little bit different look at this particular body of water, Pickwick Lake, than we had last year in more than one way. As a matter of fact, we're starting from the lower end of the lake. We're at the Pickwick Landing State Park at Pickwick Dam. That is our takeoff, Counce, Tennessee, our host city, and 53 miles to negotiate here, Mark Zona, and really all kinds of environments out here, not just the ledges.
Exactly right. Looking between 50 and 53 miles of water as you get up towards Coger's Island, 7 Mile Island, all the way near Florence, where we've seen a lot of history below the Wilson Dam. Look for one player, though, as we look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Really keep your eye on Bay Springs Lake. A lot of the locals, whether you talk to a Justin Atkins, said somewhere in this tournament, as tough as it was in practice, that Bay Springs could be a player throughout the weekend.
Well, you see it right there, over 50 miles long, and an estimated 200 miles of those vaunted ledges that they talk about. Let's take a look at how the season is progressing as our anglers are en route. Many of them, some of them still taking off. It'd be a good time to take a look at our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year standings. And there he is, having gained the top spot at Lake Fork a couple of weeks ago. It's Brandon Pollanick. John Cox, who held that top spot for so long, was usurped there. Now he's 20 points behind Brandon Pollanick. And guys, bring in Ronnie and Such here. And Such, our leader, may not be here for the entire tournament, right?
Yeah, his wife, Tiffany, is due. Her due date was actually the 30th. So she's a couple days late, and Brandon says he's going to be there. So he's got some flights lined up from wherever he could get out of there when he hears the word and he gets the bat signal and heads back to Idaho.
Oh, man. Could be some turnaround there for sure. There's Brandon Pollanick right there. What a great season he has had here. Nothing pretty much outside the top 20.
No, and Brandon obviously starting strong, Tommy, and when we're going to now his neck of the woods, fishing deep and then going up to smallmouth territory, he will be one to watch, Mark Zona, for the rest of the season.
And really one of the things that Pollanick said, it's kind of a double-edged sword right now. He said, it's really good to be in, if I have to leave this tournament to get home for the birth of his baby, that's great. He said, but the part that sucks about it is being in the lead for Angler of the Year. You have to go home, but you kind of want to stay at the same time. Have to see how that transpires throughout today and tomorrow.
Maybe Tommy, maybe he'll just have a good event, you know, a 48th, and just be the first one out of the cut, and he'll have the weekend to maybe get back and scurry
Get the best of both worlds
exactly.
that way.
She's going to hang on. He's going to win it. Because a lot of people didn't pick him for their fantasy for this reason.
Got a little bit of momentum going. It was second place last time out at Lake Fork. That's pretty strong. And 126th place finish. The rest of it top 20s for the year. That's just an incredible.
Tommy,
record.
I'm excited about Pickwick this week. It's one of my favorite lakes in the world, and it's because from dam to dam you can catch them. Shallow, deep, like you said, Bay Springs option there, the Tom Bigby Waterway. There's a lot of different places you can go, and in Counce, Tennessee, it's a great place to be, especially in the summertime.
There's Bill Lowen, our champion from last year. You mentioned it earlier in our pre-show here. Mike Stuk on that 8-pound 5-ouncer he caught in the final hours. Very dramatic finish to that tournament.
That'll be a bass. Oh.
Tommy, we really had two lakes on top of each other. We had Pickwick Lake, and then we had 6 feet of extra water influxed here, and that's why locals like Brock Mosley did very well. And then obviously it was in Bill Lowen's wheelhouse. And on that final day, we said he needed that one bite that told us he was going to finally break through, and he got it.
Oh, Nancy. Oh, baby, stay on. Please stay on. Oh, my gosh. Please stay on. Please. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah! Woo! Look at the size of that one! Oh my gosh! Woo! It is big, folks at home. It's giant. Holy moly! Oh my gosh!
Well, that was a big man. Bill Lowen, been out here for all the years of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Everyone pulling for Bill to get his big moment out there, and so he had it.
Exactly right. And really, you're going to probably not see as much shallow water fishing this time around. With that being said, Bill Lowen pretty much said he is going to totally live shallow today. But look for the majority of the anglers that we have cameras on to be offshore ledge fishing. Lowen said he will do that if it's total desperation. But again, really look for some serious boat races, at least for your anglers that had a good boat number going out this morning.
Take care of business till we get that phone call. So that's the plan today. Get out here, see if we can't get on a hole. There's going to be a lot of guys fishing a lot of the same water this week. And so we're all going to have to just kind of work together and, you know, hope that when you set the hook, it's a 3 or 4 pounder and not a 2 pounder.
Pollinick finished 7th place here last year.
Should be a good run this morning. Something special about those just calm mornings. You get a little bit of haze from the clouds, the sun popping through. Hard not to just take it in and be thankful.
Brandon Pollanick, one of 6 anglers we'll be in the boat with all day long out here. And of course, we'll give you bonus coverage, as we always do, of other anglers who are making a splash, hitting the leaderboard and looking good in the early hours of this tournament. The first day of 4 days of fishing, we got our 91 angler field out there gunning for 47 spots to continue into the weekend.
Tommy, we'll have a couple locals, I'm going to say that with air quotes for the viewers at home. We obviously have the supreme local, Justin Atkins, basically grew up in Mississippi, but has spent most of his days fishing and learning here on this lake, and lives 15 miles away from here.
See what we can't come up with today.
Where are you running to?
We're going to get up above Waterloo and just kind of start looking, see what's open, and make our way up. I don't have any one particular place that I just definitely want to start on. I feel like there's several places that's got good potential, so first one that we see open, I'm going to wheel in on it and check it out, see what's there to offer, and go from there.
Started okay last year with 14 pound back then, had one fish on day 2, fell to 81st on his home water.
Very kind of hard to figure out, real head scratcher there, Justin Atkins' performance last year. He's a very decorated fisherman in his second year here and really has not lived up to his potential yet.
Yeah, and I'm going to be completely honest, Mark, Zona, and Tommy, and Such, that for Justin Atkins, his Elite Series future depends on today. There's no more delay. He has to probably have 4 top 10s, 4 top 15s, depending on what the rest of the field does, obviously, but he's got to make hay today close to home.
Yeah, exactly. And it is. Tommy, you nailed it. We've talked about it at length that Justin Atkins, where he's sitting, and he made the comment last night, I need to catch him to stay alive, not only this morning, but as you said, Ronnie, for the rest of the season. He needs top 10s, if not top 5s, by the end of this Elite Series season.
Mark Zona, I know we'll be talking about this throughout the 4 days of coverage coming out here, but as we get out to Brock Mosley, who is already fishing, second place here last year. We'll get into that subject in just a minute. We'll get Brock set up. Brock finishing, of course, second here. He says this is not his time of year on Pickwick Lake. Says he does good before they get out to the ledges. He does good fine after they come back in, but this is not his favorite time to fish it.
And he knew last year when all of that water dropped into Pickwick from the Wilson Dam, he knew what to do. Get on those bluff walls, throw the swim baits in those little bitty current breaks where the eddies where those fish will sit, and that's what he made hay and got second place via. But he definitely, don't let him fool you. He's spent quite a bit of time here in the summer. Obviously, there are a couple of those community holes that Mark Zona mentioned that will never change. The way where they sit, the proximity to the shallow water, and also how that water flows through them when the generation's happening, they will always have fish. But there are always going to be some little different places that some locals will have an advantage on.
Brought from neighboring Mississippi, Collinsville, down there, South Mississippi, in the Meridian area. He said, as a kid, I mean, every place you hit on the way to Pickwick was just a mud hole, and this was the first big time, big bass fishery, different water that he ever had a shot at, and he's been in love with it ever since.
And it was surprising to talk to Brock yesterday and listen to how brutal his practice was. And we're going to hear, obviously, every time we're on the Tennessee River, doesn't matter what body of water we're on, but on the Tennessee River, you hear about timing and current. And the problem really that the anglers were faced with early in practice was coming off of how much water they ran through this system. It basically broke a lot of those schools up out on the ledges, and really it pushed the bait off of a lot of those sweet spots, whether it was community holes. You hear Justin Atkins, he thinks he has a couple sweet spots that aren't going to get as much pressure, but it's taken 3 or 4 days for the water to stabilize, for those schools to set up.
Sitting in 19.
I'd like to get a... All right, we're live. That's what the plan is this morning.
Well, we stopped on the first school I feel like I can get bid on. It's just kind of what you do here. You stop on the first spot you can get on when you ledge fishing. They may not bite. There's one hit it then. They may not bite real good yet, right now because the current's not picked up yet. May take a little bit. I think the current's, they're supposed to cut 3 generators on at 6 and then 4 at 8, but when I checked right before takeoff at 6 a.m., the current was still only like 18,000. When it gets up to, 40,000 or more, that's when, really helps. The more current, the better.
Kobe Krieger with our first fish.
I would love to catch them here.
Day 1 leader last year.
That way I don't have to make a long run. But, it's all about will they bite? You know, I can tell the current's not moving very much because I'm not drifting back. You know, when it's on, you're really drifting back and you're having to stay on the trolling motor. Right now, we're not really drifting back.
Such, we'll get into all those generation numbers we were talking
Fish here,
about.
they're still here.
Prior, we'll
But, man,
explain that with Zona a lot better.
That current, it's like a dinner bell to them.
You can hear there's a very fine line between way too much current on this body of water and not enough. With Brock Mosley bringing up, you want it between 40 and 50, and we got to hear that from a lot of the anglers that we're going to be covering today. And it seems like, you know, look, everybody knows this. There's a right at daylight bite on all of the TVA, and there is an afternoon when that water gets moving a lot into the 40,000 number. And that's definitely what got to happen yesterday with a lot of the anglers, seeing the school set up very, very solid on these sweet spots after about 1 o'clock yesterday.
Well, Brock Mosley's still got some work left to do this year. I mean, to get himself points-wise shape. And you would think he needs to get it done here, but I tell you what, you don't discount this guy when we move north for our final 3 events of the year. This is 2020 at the St. Lawrence River, and Brock Mosley showing that this Mississippi angler can catch him just about anywhere.
And he's had top 5 finishes at the St. Lawrence River, smallmouth and largemouth. It hasn't mattered for him. He just has felt at home there.
Stay on, girl.
St. Clair's been good.
Get in the boat.
I would expect him to do well at the Mississippi River too, Z.
Going off of that tournament right there on the St. Lawrence River, we kind of, I don't want to say discounted Brock Mosley going into the final day of that tournament, but almost pulling the unthinkable that used to happen a lot at the St. Lawrence River, winning with largemouth. Very, very consistent, not burning a lot of gas throughout that tournament, staying very close to the city of Clayton.
Big smallmouth. I think it will. That's a small Joe. On a chatterbait.
For Mosley, like you said, Tom, he's off the pace this year from where he has been lately, because coming into this season, he was one of the hottest anglers on the Elite Series and in professional fishing because of how many second places he's gotten, because of how many big-time finishes. Got 5th in the Classic in 2021 after a tough day 1, and he's had, obviously, 5 second-place finishes, 3 of those to Jason Christie over his Elite Series career.
Comes in here 62nd in Progressive Angler of the Year points, despite yet another second at Chickamauga.
Well, and we saw Lee Livesey last week, 70th or so in points, and after a win, getting all the way into 42nd in the Classic cut. When needing something big, got it, and obviously jumped up huge. So 62nd with 4 events left is very, very doable to make it back this week or even by the St. Lawrence.
Yeah, he was mired in 82nd before Chickamauga got him up to 54th. He took a step back at Fork, though, to 62nd. He's got some work.
We're back live with Brock Mosley. You saw the above shot of him there at the dam, at the Pickwick Dam.
I mean, they'll just kind of be just swimming around with not much current, kind of suspend off the side if they want to. But that current, they can't suspend off the side. They got a position.
We've talked about a lot of different dams on Pickwick, Tommy, and the dam is named after the lake that it comes from. So on the opposite end of Pickwick, the Wilson Dam is the one where we see all those visuals of the water flowing out of it. But the Pickwick Dam is actually right near Takeoff up in Tennessee, because it flows obviously into Kentucky Lake. It flows north, the Tennessee River it flows south, flows kind of parallel, and then it goes back north again.
Brock said, I'm fishing the first place I could get to. He wasn't kidding. He's like 1.8 seconds from the takeoff.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, look, there's an open spot.
I think that's going to be a theme throughout this tournament, is just getting in on an area, and it's more than likely what Brock's the first area that you see open, you better kind of trench in for the rest of it.
Yeah. We're going to see a lot of guys, though, Zona, this week that maybe start out on some of these schools when there's no current flowing, guys, and then all of a sudden later in the day, the last hour or two, when that current gets around them, they'll fire up. So we'll see some timing issues.
Brock set up and fishing as he, again, only had a couple of 100 yards to go, but the rest of our guys, many of them still en route to their spots, still Got some time to be spent jockeying and finding a place that sets up perfectly. Check one spot, check another spot. See who we can get set up on. When we return, we'll come right back with Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake momentarily.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Ninth time the Bassmasters has staged a pro-level type event here at fabulous Pickwick Lake. We've had some memorable tournaments throughout the course of those years. One of them from one of our colleagues who we'll be talking to a little bit later on today.
Oh, yeah.
91. Yes, absolutely. 91 anglers out there gunning for the top 47 positions to fish on into the weekend. The takeoff just about to wrap up right now. Let's get back out on the water. And we've already established where Brock Mosley is, just a few feet from the takeoff right there, taking advantage of a very close spot to fish, maximizing his fishing time. He's yet to ring one up on the board yet, but we know that's coming.
Yeah, no one wants to get into an argument right off the bat. You just want to go fish a spot by yourself, get settled, maybe catch a fish or two, and then kind of get in the mix, roll your sleeves up a little bit.
There's one. Not a keeper, though. Well, he might be a keeper. He caught me off guard.
All three species in play this week all have to be 15 inches, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
It measures.
Is that your camera?
It was. I've never heard that before.
Ain't much of one.
We got
Pound and a quarter. That's a big quick.
Fish number one for Brock Mosley right there. I'm getting, guys, during the commercial break, I'm going to call Bill Lowen out. He said he was going to start shallow and stay shallow. It looked like Bill Lowen was also offshore to start this tournament.
Wow.
Little bit of a surprise because he did make the comment, I got a lot of bites fishing shallow.
There is Bill Lowen, now referred to as Dollar Bill Lowen, I've noticed lately.
Yeah.
Has won $1.5 million bass
makes a
fishing
lot of
with the
money.
Elite Series. Yeah.
And he got that nickname, I believe, because he always was in the check cut. Maybe never won an event, but was always in the check cut, always making money. Broke that 20-year winless drought last year and won it, and made the least amount of cuts he's ever made in the elites. He just was like, I'm going to swing for the win, and then the rest of the season is going to be uncharacteristic as well. And so it was kind of crazy to see Bill Lowen win an event and not make the Classic.
The story on him winning
Turn it around this year, obviously.
His first in 159 entries. And he said, I've always been the guy who will go for the limit and make sure I have a limit and I'll 12 pound you to death and get the cuts and make the checks and get to 10 classics.
Cause a mess.
Z, the one thing I noticed here at Pickwick, fishing here quite a bit in the month of June in college and then even after graduating, is you can catch them pretty decent shallow like Bill Lowen planned to, but it's so hard to do it more than 2 days for an event if you want to be in contention. You can catch a good day, one bag, and be in the top 10. You can maybe even stay in there after 2 days, but 3 and 4 day events in June at Pickwick, so hard to keep that shallow bite going.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, talking to guys like Joseph Webster with so much history here. He said, there's going to be some anglers days 1 and 2. Well, you just said, Ronnie, that we'll catch them up shallow, but to do that 4 days in a row would be a pretty big task.
Well, We're out here in the middle of the lake, lost. And this is why I hate fishing out here. I mean, you see two boats in front of me and just, I guess I just don't do well in a crowd, you know? This is a little spot I thought I could get some bites this morning, but they are not running any water. It is dead, calm, flat. Thought this would be a spot where I could stop and catch a quick limit. Only seen one fish caught since we've been here. So we ain't gonna give it long, and then we're gonna go play up in the dirt. So on the TVA chain of lakes, you know, Kentucky Lake, Gunnersville, all of them, when you don't have any current, it makes these fish really hard to catch. You know, the current gets everything going, the bait fish, and it positions those fish on the cover or on the structure because they're ready to start feeding. It's almost like they just sit there and wait for the current to bring food to them. And when there's no current running, it makes it tough, tough, tough.
Bill coming off a good tournament at Lake Fork, a top 10, 8th place. Good tournament there at Fork for Bill.
You know, and the other thing in this tournament, guys that guide here like Cameron Gotney, that they fish here a lot, is there's also a different shallow bite. Besides guys that get on the bank and, you know, your John Cox style, your Bill Lowen, and we may see this bite transpire through this tournament. Those shallow bars, those little pea gravel, little mussel bars on the bank, those could still play in this tournament. In fact, a lot of the guys that we talked to, a lot of the locals said there are a lot of fish in areas where you never see them.
Get your little bonus coverage right here, just moving right up to Bill Lowen. A few hundred yards. There's Chris Saldane. And Chris, tell us, obviously it's a different Lake Pickwick than last year. Tell us what's different and how these guys are going to approach it. Is it going to be actually tougher and more competitive out there on the ledges in the deep water?
Oh, you said it, Tommy. And if you look over my right shoulder over here, we got Scott Canterbury and Micah Frazier. And we both, three of us started on the spot here. And I was boat number 4 this morning. I was that the 3 boats ahead of me would have started, here. But everything's been super respectful so far. It's just one of those, June tournaments where all the guys spent 8-9 hours idling this whole river system, and we're all going to find the exact same school. So I think the key here this week, in a spot like this, I guess you could call it a community hole, is to work together verbally. As you can see, we got the spinning rods out, 0 current this morning, absolutely 0 current. So relying on Mega Live, Mega 360 here, just trying to make little pitches with little finesse presentations, trying to get these fish to bite. So we got about 2 for 5-6 pounds, and goal today is like 18-20 pounds will be right there.
Chris, is this one of those tournaments where you want to just trench in to one of these sweet spots like this and milk it for what it's worth today, or will you make a little bit of a milk run?
Man, I thought about that all night, and it gives me anxiety thinking about it. If you leave a spot like this, then Mark and Scott, start whacking them, and then you go out, you're leaving fish to find fish, and it's just a giant game of bullfrog, and we're just hopping over each other, and it's going to happen this whole stretch of river. But myself, since I had an early boat draw, I'm not leaving this spot until I catch a limit. I did catch a 7-pounder in practice on a completely different spot. What I found, it's either numbers or size, and the size is 1 here, 1 there. You'll see them in groups 2 or 3. But the numbers, the 2 and 3 pounders, this is that type of spot, and there's a dozen or so of those types of spots all on this river. Hopefully everyone plays nice.
Chris, has there been a certain depth that has been common on these sweet spots?
Yeah, if you look at this graph right here. So check out this graph here. I have my hummingbird highlighted in that 15 to 17 foot range. And if you take a look here where it drops off 15, 17 feet and this channel swings up against here, that sweet spot has been anywhere from 15 to about 22 feet here. So it makes it easy when you're idling around, but definitely around that 20-foot mark. And, you know, these fish are relying on this current, zero current this morning. So it's absolutely going to be a grinder out there on these ledges.
Chris, once they turn that water on, is that going to change what tools you're using out there? Is the whole nature of the thing going to change quickly?
Yeah, remember last year we were throwing a big swim bait underneath the dam in that ripping current. And once the current turns on, you can pick up the big giant flutter spoons, you can pick up the big swim baits, and really go to town on these fish. But until that happens, it's absolutely a finesse game. Everything is still, I mean, flat calm. You can hear a pin drop out here. But, I mean, that's something to look forward to. When that current starts moving or if weather comes in, you really pull out those gizzard shad imitating baits. And that's when you can catch 25, 30 pounds out here. But until then, you know, we're basically smallmouth fishing out here.
Chris Zaldain, thank you so much. Chris Zaldain on the board this morning. Seen a few guys posting some numbers on the board there. We keep moving up. We'll be at Buddy Gross all day long. Ditto for Justin Atkins, Pollanick. Joseph Webster as well. Rookie contender out here. More or less a native.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. They're chasing bait.
10 million hunt here.
Oh, he doesn't feel very big. Is that a smallmouth? That's the first smallmouth I've caught all week. Except I don't think he's gonna make the cut.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, no, he ain't gonna make the cut. Oh, he is. 15 and a half. You're live. It's the first smallmouth I've caught all week. But I'm glad to have him. I'll take him. This other boat's just gonna be Kyle. Just Kyle. Just so it's not another competitor. But yeah, current going backwards is never ideal. Get a weight on him real quick. That way we don't do anything. 2-pounder.
Taking a look at fish number one there for Brandon Pollanick, a smallmouth, and that's one of the things we were talking about right before we went to Pollanick, talking to a lot of the guides out here right now. There's a lot of fish not in their usual places, and when that water is not running, a lot of fish seem to kind of get off of the bottom, not relating to the actual ledge itself.
Yeah, I think there's just not enough current to spin your boat around yet. But mine's trying to push me backwards. Like it is. It's like it's backing up. That's not a swim bait, Chad. Hey, you're not gonna make it though. Man, what happened to all the good ones? Oh, you dirty dog. Nope.
David Mullins, our first angler to a limit, got 9.5 pounds.
Oh, that's a big one. That looks like a good one. I can see him schooled up on there. This is great. We get a front row seat to one of my best friends.
It's Chad Pipkin.
Not a big one. He just swiped at it. Oh, dang, I thought you had like a 4 or 5 pounder. When your rod loaded up, I was like, oh yeah.
Got a head snatcher. Felt right.
It looked phenomenal. Oh. That was almost 3 casts in a row.
Tommy, that's why
Gosh,
it pays
the
to be a
current.
nice guy. People don't frown when you pull up and share a spot with them, and they can
Right.
talk to you and have a good time. It's just
They
why
ain't
wouldn't
nobody
you be
taking it to
there?
the house today, guys.
Just
We
keep
ain't going
that
to the house.
energy the rest of the week. Yeah, we're not taking it to the house. There
Right.
ain't nothing else to
We're
do
not
there.
going to any
The
house.
floors are done. No point in going anywhere.
Right out of the can with Buddy Gross.
Buddy, a Tennessee River guy, 3rd year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, came with a big splash at Eufaula in 2020. Won this year down in Florida.
Big fantasy play here for his ledge fishing abilities.
Come on, baby, get your butt in here. Mouthful of crankbait. That's one, baby. Thank you, Lord. Can't even get the plug out of his mouth. Ooh, somebody's had that caught before. Uh-oh.
One of the fantasy faves for obvious reasons. You just saw one of them right there. Buddy Gross, one of the big ledge anglers out here. His reputation precedes him. Came out here in 2020 and that very difficult season, we cranked it back up at Lake Eufaula there in the summertime, and he just knocked them out, coming from 10th place on the final day.
Yeah, really looking at what we've seen with Buddy Gross. When we are on him with a camera, he is generally offshore, whether that's mid-range or true offshore fishing like that victory right there. And one of the things that we've kind of learned with Buddy Gross is he won't beat around the bush. When he's on him, he will tell you, I am on him in a big way. In fact, he did that earlier this season down in the Harris Chain of Lakes. He made the comment, I'm on a few schools that I think have about 100 to 200 fish sitting on them, and those were relatively mid-range schools. Buddy Gross saying his practice Monday and Tuesday here on Pickwick Lake were absolutely stunning how bad they were, and yesterday, late in the afternoon, dropped us a text and said they have finally set back up, and I feel like we're in a good spot coming into day number 1.
And even though, Tommy, he is a Lake Chickamauga local and he is a favorite there, he has won more money on a given lake in the country, probably here at Pickwick, than anywhere else.
Making a move for Buddy Gross there on the board.
There we go.
Joseph Webster, a lot of people saying it's a sneaky pick to win this thing.
They've
Some
got
fantasy attention for the
boogered
rookie.
up.
Pretty much cut his teeth here on Pickwick.
Said he will stay offshore the entire day today.
It's a good one right here. Get in here. Thank you, Lord. Well, that's a good way to start right there. Thank you, Lord.
We were talking to Joseph Webster yesterday. It's going to be fun to be with him today.
Just throwing a 3/4 ounce scrounger. That's all I throwed on that one. What's going on, Carl over here? He caught one and brought the school up. That's what happened. And there's like an injured stripe right here or something on top, and they're just. Thank you, bro. They had busted a stripe and injured him. They had him pinned on the top. Yeah, it was a stripe about that long. Yeah. Yeah, they was just trying to get him to go down right there and get him just right. And if you ever see that up here and you see those fish, them thread fin big as your hand, you better get ready. Yeah, he was trying to eat him, but he was just like he was knocking him up.
It's your Berkeley Right Bay Right time there with Joseph Webster, the rookie.
We say
Well,
rookie,
he was.
Z, because you have to be less than $500,000
No, sir,
in
man,
your career.
this is yours. I'm just trying to stay out of your
Webster's
way.
one of the most veteran rookies you can get. He came in poised to not just participate, but to compete for sure this year.
Just under that cut by $20,000, right?
Yeah.
And you could really tell talking to him yesterday, he is dialed in on this ledge deal in a big way. You know instantly, talking to Joseph Webster, Justin Atkins, one of the things that Webster said, with it being a little bit tough, I mean, look, these schools have been throttled out on these ledges the last few weeks. There was a big college tournament that, even though it was top heavy, I think it was 10 for 46-ish to win. For the most part, it was a tough event. Joseph Webster making the comment that maybe with the lighter weights that he's predicting, at least, that it really sets up in his favor.
First 4-pounder came in, Brian Schmidt.
Justin Atkins, big expectations for Justin throughout this week. Joseph Webster, whom we just left there, having a great rookie season. He's only made 2 cuts, but no finishes higher than 56th place. That's how you get over. And there is our leaderboard right now. Maybe the prohibitive favorite coming in here, David Mullins, living up to those expectations with almost 10 pounds on the board. Josh Douglas, Shane LeHue, Jason Christie. Where have we heard of him before? And Chris Aldane, we just talked to him. Plenty more to come from Pickwick.
Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Back out on Pickwick Lake, summertime fishing on Pickwick Lake. A lot of people, that sounds like magic to them, and certainly can be. And we've seen some magic so far from our rookie, Joseph Webster. As a matter of fact, he's on the board with a 4-pound plus, and that is going to be our Phoenix Big Bass leader for now. Rookie from Winfield, Alabama. Rookie in name only, as you say, Ronnie.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he's qualified. He's a rookie.
You know, technically, yeah. Well, just saying he's seasoned. He's seasoned. Gotcha. He's one of the Mississippi transplants that has grown up in Mississippi and just decided to make roots over on the Alabama border.
Get in here. Thank you, Lord. Nice 3-pounder. We gonna get there. Turn that phone off.
Hello?
Blowing up.
Yeah. Thank you, Lord.
Hey, Joseph, I just saw you catch one on Bassmaster Live.
That one just appeared. I was watching my bait, and he just come from nowhere and blasted it.
Unofficially in a tie for third, as Joseph Webster calls Pickwick and Smith Lake his home lakes now.
Yeah, he said he felt real good about his practice and the way things were setting up in this tournament. One thing you're noticing with a lot of the anglers on camera today, fishing baits off the bottom with the lack of current. Joseph Webster getting it done with a scrounger style bait a little bit ago, but said somewhere through this day, big heavy football jig will be a key for him.
Get in here. Thank you, Lord. Nice. Used to, you get a school going, you can bust them now, about 2. Well, we're just sitting right here on a little main river bar right here with Carl over my shoulder, and nothing fast. We've caught 2, and those are 2 of the right ones. So me and Carl just trying to beg them to bite. The quality is here, right here on this point. To win this tournament, if we can just catch 5, that's the thing. They're so educated right here. Of course, like everything else, it's just a big community hole, and I was shocked there was only one boat here this morning. So we just got to keep bagging them, and we'll eventually get what we need, I think, right here. We just got to be patient. Don't make no mistakes.
Webster has 2 for about 8 pounds on this spot, Tommy, and Carl adds about a 3-pounder as well, so the size definitely is better.
Joseph Webster, who took a top 5 position at an open here last year on Pickwick Lake. As we take a look at our Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year watch, and there's Jay Shakura at Wisconsin. Spent more time than anyone on top of that list throughout this season, and Joseph Webster sliding in right behind him there. Jacob Fouts, who is another, has a local connection here as well.
Well, I want to say that Jay Shakura had about a 45-point lead over Joseph Webster and about a 95-point lead over Jacob Fouts, and they have cut that lead in half, both of them respectively. Only 22 back and about 40 and 47 back or so for Jacob Fouts. So it is now a race as we turn to the second half of the season.
Yeah. Joseph Webster had been sneaky quiet throughout this season, and obviously early here on day number 1, this one's setting up. And Tommy, this tournament feels eerily similar to the Lake Fork event, where you just feel like it's going to explode any minute, and that current starts running.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I mean, the quality's here, but they're so educated. It is, I don't care if there's 100 there. They don't want to eat. I ain't caught a fish on a crankbait the whole time. Sir?
I think I'm gonna slide back a little. Just so I'm not, I feel like I'm a little close. Like, they're like right out here more now. They were like right on the tip, but that's probably a current thing, you know? Oh, there's some over there. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Tommy, we'll need to keep an eye on the guys who went the farthest south and east, you know, towards the Wilson, you know, the Natchez
upstream.
Bridge. Yes,
yep.
Upstream. We'll have to keep an eye on that because it's almost like a tidal body of water in terms of timing when the current turns on. When the current turns on, we'll see people maybe closer to the Alabama side. Pollinick's hooked up.
That might be a
we'll
keeper.
See those waves start to catch them all the way back to Counts.
You stay down. Ah, golly. He'll keep. I don't like where he's hooked, but. Yeah, he'll keep. I don't even need to measure that one. My heart's pumping and it's a 2.5 pounder. I think. No, that's a lie. He's a 2 1/4. I got a little excited. Go in there with that small mouth.
Brandon Pollanick forcing a few of them to eat on this morning. We're still just an hour from our takeoff. Thanks for joining us here this morning on Bassmaster Live. In our first hour on Pickwick. We started out looking at Brock Mosley, who was hard by the dam. When he began, he's made a short move right now and get back out to Brock. Second place here last year.
Yeah, and Ronnie, it's interesting you bringing that up. You know, keeping your eye on the anglers that go the farthest east today. We do not have one angler past 7 Mile Island heading up towards the Wilson Dam.
And that's really, I kind of break up Pickwick into 3 different sections. That maybe Coger Island to the tail race is the shallow, quote unquote, area that you could see the woodlands. A lot of people do well there, and in the spring. Then you'll see from Coger to Bear Creek. Those are the most pressured ledges because those are the closest ones in proximity to some of the biggest boat ramps. Those are the ones, when you make that 30, 45-minute run, you stop there. And then once we get towards Counce, Tennessee, those are ledges that aren't hit nearly as frequently from a lot of the boat ramp tournaments. They'll stop before they get there. So this week it's a little backwards. The closest ledges, and oftentimes the most productive in the afternoon, are the ones closest to takeoff.
Got a new leader in Brandon Lester. He caught 12 pounds in the last 12 minutes. Sorry, Z.
Firing on all cylinders.
Scared me a little bit. Scared me.
And what's really interesting about our takeoff being at the state park by the dam, you know, in Tennessee, is it's very similar to the tournaments that we've had on Kentucky Lake. You know, when we go out of the dam, the ledges near the dam got the most pressure.
Yeah. It's pretty simple arithmetic.
Brock's probably checking that generation schedule, and that's what we were mentioning when Pollinick hooked up, is when they turn it on, it's 50 plus miles away from dam
from
to
the
dam.
Wilson Dam.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when it generates there, and what we've seen in the past there is the water that you can visibly see is just the spillway, the overflow from Wilson, not the generation, but the right side of the dam. We saw Steve Kennedy there for a little bit at the event last year. That right side, the big concrete block, that is the generation area. And when that starts moving, we'll see kind of 30 minutes later, this spot will fire up. 20 minutes after that, Waterloo fires up, and then it gets down to Counce finally about an hour later probably, or something like that. Depending on how much they push, obviously.
No, I was on something, coming over something.
Lester Cullen, Jason Christie right there in second place.
Humminbird bird's eye view with Brock Mosley.
Back over to Buddy Gross. We saw Buddy put a fish in the boat a little bit earlier. Happy to get it, too. Two cuts made this year for Buddy, both in Florida.
One of them the best possible cut imaginable.
Yeah.
First.
The top cut.
He's probably on my short list of surprises this year that he did not make the cut at Chickamauga. It's one of the storylines that we were following a lot.
I couldn't catch up with it. Thank you, Lord. That's like a legit 2-pounder, but it's another keeper.
Well, you can tell in the bait selection. A lot of these anglers trying to get any kind of trigger right now with them not moving water. Seen Buddy Gross actually catch one on a crankbait earlier. Hair jig with that fish right there, and things starting to fire a little bit out on Pickwick right now.
The Chalk's playing pretty well here. Brandon Lester and David Mullins, two Tennessee ledge experts to be sure. Jason Christie, our classic champ, with 2 wins actually this season. Shane LeHue, Josh Douglas, Brian Schmidt, who's done here well as where. We'll be right back.
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
The mighty Tennessee River, one of the main waterways of these here United States, and a lot of commercial traffic as a result. Of course, running through 9 different impoundments, reservoirs, all the way from Knoxville, Tennessee to Kentucky Lake. We see traffic all up and down. Very busy place. Make a move back to our take off from Counce, Tennessee here, this time at the lower end of Pickwick Lake, and a man who has collected many fantastic trophies in his career. And his 8th Bassmaster trophy was collected right here on the Tennessee River on Pickwick Lake, the one and only Davey Height. And Davey, great to have you with us here. You have a unique perspective on it, and everyone's saying this one's going to be one out on the ledges. Are you going to join the choir on that one, or do you have a different viewpoint on it?
Yeah, Tommy, I think it probably will be one offshore, but I think some fish will be caught today and tomorrow, shallow. Definitely, there's still some fish around the bank. Some of the best shallow water fishermen I've talked to, and they are going to fish shallow here. But even those guys really worry about having to try to do that for 4 days. When you see Bill Lowen offshore, you know that there's not a real good shallow water bite going on. But the thing that's so interesting this morning, it's seeing the anglers try to adjust to the lack of current. And you see Joseph Webster catching those fish that are up off the bottom. It's going to be so interesting to watch these anglers. You know, we all love Lake Fork. We love seeing those big limits of fish come in. But tournaments like this where you'll have anglers fishing beside one another, you can really learn the tricks of the trade.
Davey, a lot of folks think, the advancement in the technology of all of the electronics that are on these guys' boats have made the biggest difference, to where really talking to a guy like Buddy Gross, who he lives offshore, he said, take away the electronics. What has changed the game, and I'm going to revert back to your career, you had to hunt for these offshore areas, these little sweet spots. Buddy Gross made the comment that mapping has affected it way more than the electronics.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Z, you remember, we fished the invitationals back in the 90s, and it was just hard work. You had to get out and spend a lot of time making casts, hunting for these offshore places, looking at a paper map, not having the mapping that you have in your electronics, but also not having the GPS to know if you were even on the area of the river ledge that you thought you were on. It's advanced so much. But you're exactly right, because the mapping, obviously the forward-facing sonar, the side imaging, the down imaging, we can all see fish. But back in the day with flashers and even with the first liquid crystal graphs, you could see fish, but the mapping and knowing where these places are, and now they're all called community holes. They were so hard to find back in the day, but now you see anglers like a Buddy Gross, like a Joseph Webster, fishing what they call the community holes day 1 and day 2, but by day 3 or day 4, hopefully they've got something that doesn't really show up very well, doesn't really, jump out at you on the map, and that's where they'll try to finish the event.
Davey, does this feel like one of those tournaments? There was a while back that Greg Hackney won an event here, and he blew the event away. I mean, catching giants in kind of that overlooked mid-depth range, that maybe 5 to 10 feet of water where the fish have been just throttled so much on these ledges. Does it feel like this is one of those needle in a haystack oddball events possibly?
I really do, Z, but I've talked to several anglers, and I've not talked with anyone that said they had found that group of fish in that depth range you're talking about. I remember the tournament you're talking about, the Greg Hackney one. There were gizzard shad up there a lot shallower than 90% of the anglers were fishing. I could see that maybe happening here, even with some deeper bluegill beds, out there in that 6 to 8 feet of water, but I haven't talked with anyone. But that's the kind of deal, just like I mentioned before, that an angler, if they have found that, would probably try to save that until Saturday or Sunday. I mean, some of these anglers are going to burn everything they can on the first or second day, but personally, if I'd found something like that and hadn't seen another angler there during practice, I'd probably try to wait on that, fish the quote-unquote community holes the first 2 days.
Davey Hyde, thank you very much. Always great info, and Davey's special insight into this place. Collected his Bassmaster trophy here.
Skeeter Boat's Big Fish Alert.
Oh.
After Brandon Lester caught a 4.5, we have Taku Ito with a 5-pounder, our biggest fish of the day so far.
Did you just drop 2 fish in that BFA?
I tried.
Yes.
Z, to
big
get
barge,
on that point.
big stage, big dreams,
Exactly.
guys. That's what it is.
Yeah.
To get back to that point you were talking about, the advancements in the mapping, back in that Greg Hackney event, he said he caught them in the blue, and that is because the mapping back then, it was either contour lines or it was just blank blue water and there was no depth contours because it was unmapped.
From the boat of Joseph Webster, this is Carl Jochimson. We saw those two sort of swapping info back and forth a few minutes ago. Well, Joseph caught a couple of keepers.
Did you find it a little bit surprising, Joseph Webster telling Carl that he felt like the winning fish were here? I don't know that I would have let that out.
That's why I said it pays to be a nice guy, you know? Like
I guess so.
I would have said that this spot will get burned up in the next 3 hours.
Yeah, you want to loose, just stick around here.
The Jedi mind trick. These are not the fish you're looking for.
Carl, one of those anglers, we talked about it earlier, Ronnie. He's done a very good job. Helped himself out a lot this year.
Inside the Classic cut to maybe make his first Bassmaster Classic via the Elite Series points race, which is a tall task for those who look upon it and judge without having done it. It is a tall task to do so.
He's got to keep his foot on the pedal around. He's 37, so one bad tournament, you can slip out of there.
Well, we were trying to keep it positive.
Well,
this is one great tournament. He's from 25th,
doing it now.
You know?
Like another nice one.
Nice one, Carl.
But yeah, Zona, you mentioned it. Every single day that Carl
Close to
catches
4?
5, every day that he catches 5 fish, he's one more day closer from avoiding a bomb that could set that Classic,
Good way to put
hopes
it.
derailed.
Back to Buddy Gross.
Gross in a area we have seen him in the past here on Pickwick.
Oh, now. That's a weird bite. He hit it 4 or 5 times. It's another good solid keeper. We just kind of keeper him to death, I guess. Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
Looks like another scrounger style bait.
I might have figured out a problem. We've been throwing in the wrong place, I think.
It's 3 different bass on 3 different baits for Buddy Gross.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lord. That is not good.
That last BFA suit, you kind of felt like this tournament, especially seeing the first hour of fishing, a lot of spinning rods, water not moving real good yet, that this is a Taku Ito tournament the way it feels.
I wonder if he has a lot of Tennessee River experience in the summer.
Looks like we got another one coming to join the party.
Joining the Opens and the Elites, we haven't had any offshore lately. Gunnersville last year was a grass fest.
Judging by the trajectory. Yeah.
Why not a Brandon Lester event, Z?
Like out there, right? Yeah.
Brandon Lester, 6-pounder. He's up to 1910 on Bass Track.
We're up to 3.
The other one.
We're kind of wading our way through. The water's picked up a little bit, looks like. I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
it may
looks
be running
like
the whole morning. I didn't check this morning.
Fantasy over here whispering.
But I got here and this trash pile was ahead of me and it's made it to me. So this is moving a little bit. I just hope it's enough to keep them running. Bites slow, fish are scattered. I guess it's because the current's died down, but they will get grouped up as the day goes on. Worm bite's been funny. I've had 2 bites on a worm and they get it and they're swimming with it. I just ain't put a hook in them yet.
Can I fish? Come on. I mean, you could fit 3 here maybe, but not any more than that. Because you know, like, if you say no and then you roll up to the next spot and that guy's sitting on it,
Humid,
he's
my
gonna be like,
glasses is fogging
nope.
up. I guess that's when your temperature is going up. You know you fog your glasses.
Jochimson hooked up again.
Nico rig. That's what I just heard Carl say. This will be our 47th bait we've seen get used this morning, which speaks to the lack of current. You have to rotate through and give them something different.
How big was that tournament last weekend, Ronnie? It was several hundred boats?
Yeah, 200 plus boats. Seen our first person, Z, make it their way to the 7 Mile Island region to fish shallow on West Logan, I believe.
Hey, guys.
Pretty good little bit of action for a no current situation early on this morning. You got to figure these are, for some of these guys, these got to feel like bonus fish.
Absolutely. It's going to be, I mean, tomorrow or later this afternoon could be fantastic.
Yeah, we're gonna keep the hope up, Tommy. We're gonna keep dragging them along, saying when the current turns on, it's gonna get even better.
What else do we ever do? Nothing else. That's what we do all day long. We are the Optimist Club here, as always, on Bassmaster Live. It's good to see these guys figuring it out. Brandon Lester, one of the biggest favorites in the lead right now, with almost 20 pounds before they turn the current on. So we've got some big stories working out here today. Look at that, 19 pounds and 10 ounces. Christy, Prince, LeHugh, good distance back right now. A lot of ground to make up, but a lot of changes we figure are on the way. The current gets rolling. Tennessee River here on Pickwick Lake.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
The 6th of 9 events this season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. First time we've ever gone at Pickwick Lake from this end of the lake, the lower end of the lake. You're in Counce, Tennessee, beautiful town with a lot of charm. Really doing a great job of hosting and making all the anglers and the fans feel welcome this week. So hats off to Counce, Tennessee. We love being here. We love a different look, approaching it from a different direction.
They hosted the Open last year, which was earlier than this time period. You know, that mid to late April, early May.
Back out to Joseph Webster. Of course, he's right there with Carl Johnson.
I'm going to get out on the water right now with Joseph Webster, and I believe it's Carl Jacobson right next to him, Pollinick nearby. Carl doing some work with the Nico this morning. Something we've not talked about is a lot of the schools that these guys are focusing, really that 15 to 22 feet of water. Interesting, Joseph Webster said, for him to make a play in this event, he's got a few areas that are that 24 to 28 foot range where he feels a lot of the bigger fish have kind of just been pushed off from pressure. Said he's going to need that to work throughout this tournament.
Z, it's interesting you note that. Talking to Cody Harrison, who fished at North Alabama right there on Pickwick and guides there as well. We talked about it on the phone this week, that oftentimes when you think about fish moving offshore from the bank, you think about them slowly going 7 to 10 to 15 to 20 feet of water and then out to 30 or something like that. But oftentimes here on the Tennessee River and on Pickwick especially, they'll go from on the bank to as deep as they'll get, 25 to 30 like you're talking about with Webster, and then come back up. And so that's probably why we're not seeing as consistent schools in that mid-depth range, because there's still fish on the bank, there's still fish out as deep as they'll get, and the current factor has been so wishy-washy this last 2 weeks as well.
There's just fish everywhere.
Right up from Joseph Webster. Back out to Brandon Pollanick.
You know, one thing that was cool about that, Ronnie, listening to what you were talking about, see Pipkins right next to Pollinick hooked up. It is a strange tournament already. It is. That's Tennessee. And something Justin Atkins said is the ledge fishing in on the Tennessee River, it's a pastime. You know, not only, he said everybody that goes bass fishing looks forward to, you know, the end of May into June. And that's really why a lot of these sweet spots are so well known, is because they reload over and over. And the other thing that Atkins said was, never pay attention to a common depth. Like, ooh, there's a school in 18. I need to look, you know, in that 18 to 20 foot range. He said a good spot does not matter depth. It could be 10 feet of water, 12 feet of water, 20 feet of water. He said they use every one of them. Timing is the number one key over to Brock Mosley, Bassmaster Live.
Got him. Good one. Stay hooked up. That's number 2. Two and a quarter. Watch out. Let me get in there. I gotta get back out there.
2 1/4?
Yeah.
Brock Mosley, last year's runner-up on the board there with a solid keeper. Still early hours in this day one competition with a full field of 91 out there, and one of the biggest favorites coming in here, of course, was Tennessee's own Brandon Lester, and he's the chalk guy, and the chalk guy is doing great today.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. Marathon peak performance started pretty much right off the bat for Brandon Lester. Pretty obvious pick whenever you're on the Tennessee River. Loves being offshore, anchoring it with a 6-pounder, room still to grow. And I think the key note in this marathon peak performance, all the damage that Brandon Lester has done, he has been left alone. Wow. Really not a single angler within about a quarter to a half mile from him. Marathon peak performance, big day so far. Brandon Lester unofficially 19 pounds and 10 ounces.
See, I see him moving around. He's moved a couple times.
Back out to Bill Lowen.
Exactly where we'd expect to see him in that Bear Creek region. It's a good mixture of being in the ledge area, but being shallow and away from it.
Some adjacent shallow water.
The ability to bounce back and forth.
If he's gonna measure or not, he's gonna be close. He's gonna be close. He ain't gonna make it. Not gonna make it. But I caught one. Look how fat he is.
Yeah.
Wow. It was just fun to see a shallow one caught right there, though.
First of the day.
Same thing can be said about last week at Lake Fork. Not many people thought somebody could make the top 10 shallow, and Lowen did so. We saw a couple other guys have to adjust and fish shallow on the final day based on the conditions as well.
Well, we started offshore this morning. We just run back here into the back of a creek, across the flat. We'll fish a little bit of this isolated wood before I get back in here into the ditch. We're supposed to run some current later this afternoon. I just don't want to go get on my current fish too early and get frustrated with that deal. So I'm just trying to buy me some time before I head out there and fish some current fish. Hopefully they'll turn it on and run a little bit of water. So I feel like this is a good way to catch a big one. But as it's looking right now, they're all peanuts. Come on, fish. Come on, fish. What I say, a piece of cover like that ought to have 2 or 3 bites on it. Now they just got to be the right size. Yes, sir.
Bill got a call from his friend, the legendary Denny Brower, last year, and said on the final day, go out there, try a jig, and catch you a 7-pounder and win the tournament. He did. Caught an 8.5, actually.
They're all the same size, Jake. Mm-hmm. I thought he would be out in the roots, not on the dam, not on the duck blind.
That is a wretched looking duck blind. It really is.
Back over to Brandon Pollanick.
Hey. No. A little shadow flicking. Oh, yes. No, don't do that. Try to keep his mouth full of water. Oh, that's better. Little old shad gobbler. Old mega swammer gobbler is what he is. Nice, that's a little better. $293.
Almost a 3-pounder for Brandon Pollanick.
Three in the boat now. Caught first one fairly early.
Yeah, starting off. Definitely hearing some fish suspended. BMC on point with Brandon Pollanick. Believe he's fishing really close to his buddy Chad Pipkins today. Kind of starting to listen to a lot of the anglers fishing offshore, starting to see a little bit of water movement. Seeing a lot of baits just off the bottom with a lot of the anglers that we've been with this morning. This one right here from Brandon Pollanick.
Don't do that.
Currently sitting in 22nd place, and we opened up Bassmaster Live earlier today. Brandon Pollanick.
That's better.
Wife Tiffany expecting a baby this week, possibly. Definitely needing to have a solid day 1 and 2 if he's still hanging around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 more keepers, and I guess he has permission to leave because he'll have a limit, and you know he'll do okay on day 1. He'll obviously drop back on day 2 if he was to leave, but yeah.
Take it back to Bill Lowen. A little shallow fishing here just to kind of pass the time and possibly put a few keepers in. Waiting on the current.
Why did I lose him? I'd rather not even get a bite. Oh, that's a big one. Come on, fish. Yeah, boy. Come here. Got him.
There you go, buddy.
It's about time. Get the skunk out of the boat. Oh. Five like that to go a long, long ways. How many bites is that? 4? Four bites out of one tree. Typical Bill Lowen fashion, huh? Thank God for 20-pound B.A.S.S, huh? He was all wrapped up in there. I don't think it's got a mark on it, but I'm gonna retie just to make sure.
What makes you choose a pig over plastic?
So, look at me. It's crazy, dude.
I love it, dude.
I mean, I can't even. So, a chunk to me over plastic, right? Or like just old school, is because a lot of guys don't throw it anymore. And on lakes like, last week at Lake Fork and here now, these lakes get a ton of pressure. And I think they just get accustomed to seeing the same old thing. And like I said, most guys like a trailer with kicky legs, and I'm just old school,
Just clean and simple.
It's clean and simple. And like I said, they just don't see a lot of it.
Dangerous man, Tommy, when he's got a black and blue jig in his hand.
Yeah, shallow. We saw that a little bit of that last year, didn't we, on the final day, Bill Lowen?
Oh,
Bust
baby,
out
stay on,
of a
please
very,
stay
very
on.
tight tournament on that last day, and then this happens.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and Bill, actually, you heard him make the comment. He has some current fish, and he made a comment that during practice yesterday, he has a shallow area that has some current on it that he had 15 to 20 bites. Don't know if we'll get to see one shallow like that this event. It's the one that put him over the top last year, but really looking at that laydown, that's a good lesson for some of our beginning anglers that watch Bassmaster live. Catches 3 short ones, then backs it up with a solid one. Bill Lowen, Bassmaster live.
8 pounds and 5 ounces, that one for Bill Lowen. Got him his first victory after so many close shaves.
And it was kind of up in the air at that point in the day.
Oh,
The other people, the door was wide open. Him and Pipkins were tied. Pipkins didn't have a great final day, and other people were creeping in the mix, and that one was like, in our mind, we were like, that's the bite that you need to win an event, and he just did it. It'll be interesting to see if Lowen can steal a couple fish shallow, steal a couple offshore, and be able to make it work going into day 3. That helps maximize the lack of current and maybe the lack of offshore fish that you might have.
Great to have a plan like that. Still Justin Atkins on the move right now, obviously still looking. He gets into him, starts catching. We'll be with him. One of the local favorites here. We'll take a look at our leaderboard. These are unofficial this week. As per Bass Track, with Brandon Lester of Tennessee off to a blazing start, almost 20 pounds in the first hour and a quarter of fishing. Scott Martin, who had a good tournament here. Up in that top 10, most of that tournament last year. Jason Christie, enough said. Jason Christie, Cliff Prince, who had a good start last week at Fort. So a lot of stories happening.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Well into our second hour of fishing here on Pickwick Lake, day one competition. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, that's our Humminbird bird's eye view of Bill Lowen, who's forsaking the ledge bite for now, just to get a little shallow fishing in. Just caught a good keeper a few minutes ago.
Yeah, that Humminbird bird's eye view is going to give you a good look. I guarantee you every twig on that blowdown, and it seems like it's a busted up duck blind. Every twig is going to see that jig in the next hour.
What's bad is that it was a fully formed duck blind before Bill Lowen started flipping it about an hour ago.
Is that right? Seems
He's knocked all the feathers off that thing. But at times, every June, if you catch it right, if it's not a seasonably warm spring or depending on the weather that preceded it, you can get away with stealing a good finish up shallow. I mean, in the biggest college events that we had every single year, I was like Bill, I despised fishing offshore. And you can always steal a 15 to 17, 15 to 18 pound bag up there.
Black to me, they
Just
look gray.
doing it 3 or 4 days in a row is a lot harder than two days in a row.
A lot of the June tournaments that we would have that would go out of Paris on Kentucky Lake.
Yep.
Really Paris to Johnsonville. You would always see, some top 20 finishes come out of exact stuff like you're looking at with Bill Lowen right now.
Be with Bill all day long. He is our defending champion. 2021. Let's get back to Buddy Gross. Already with a win under his belt this year on the Elites.
Jason Christie is third, fourth pounder. He's jumped into second place with 16 and a half.
He's little. Maybe he's a keeper. 15 inches, ain't it? I guess I better pay attention better. Whoa, now. I took care of you. Now stop it. God, that's close. He ain't gonna make it.
Bonus coverage here, B&W Trailer Hitches. Let's get on the line now with a man having a great start, just like he did last year. Scott Martin. Let's visit with Scott a little bit. If you can hear us, Scott, you obviously a completely different set of circumstances this year, but you're doing well just the same. Kind of, what's your secret here on Pickwick?
The secret is I've got a 22-year-old relationship with this old gal called Pickwick, and she's been good to me over the years.
Scott, you've got a lot of experience. B&W Trailer Hitches on the line fishing here this time of year. Is this one of those tournaments where you come to and you're like, man, you just have to go to the usual schools, the usual, little areas that guys are grouped up? Or did you come to this event and say, I'm going to scrap my experience this time of year and find something off the wall?
I tried that, Z. I tried to scrap my plan and find stuff that's obscure, stuff that people haven't found. But unfortunately, with the mapping the way it is, the amount of tournaments that we've had here on this body of water, it's hard to find anything secret. For me, I think this week it's gonna boil down to a couple bait choices and a couple little bit different ways of fishing than your traditional ways. So, that's kind of how I've caught them this morning. There's not a lot of current, so to catch a limit, with not a lot of current rolling, in my opinion, it's kind of a bonus. I would have pretty much been happy with just a couple fish this morning, but to have 5 is a blessing for sure. I don't have any boats around me, which is another good thing. So we'll see. It's gonna boil down to managing fish and just making the right decisions on the water, really accurate casts and finding those fish. There's a lot of white bass right now. There's a lot of other things going on out here. So, getting dialed in on the bass sometimes can be a little tricky, but I've landed on them this morning.
Scott, when the current gets going, kind of paint the picture for us. How do things change? What happens that profoundly changes the fishing when that current gets rolling?
Well, for me, it's going to be big baits. You know, I'm not trying to finesse them. I'm power fishing pretty much the whole time. Now, I'll probably have to finesse fish a little bit throughout the week as some of these places get a little beat up. But when that current gets rolling, those fish get in position and they take advantage of that feed time. Big crankbaits, big spoons, big swim baits are going to be the things that I'm going to be throwing. There's one right there. That feels like a pretty decent fish. Maybe. Might be a white bass, but I think it's a largemouth. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like, oh yeah, it's a good fish. He's going back down. Oh yeah. Here we go, guys. Colin, you know, the thing is going to be this. I don't want to burn them up too much, but as long as I can show them different baits throughout the week, you know, I might catch them on a certain lure today. I might not catch that many on it tomorrow. You got to mix it up a little bit. That's kind of, you have to approach it, but it's a nice 3-pounder there. It's going to help a little bit. So the old girl's been good to me.
Well done, Scott Martin. Thank you so much. We showed up at the right time. That was excellent. Some good stuff from there's a great affinity, as he just told us, with Pickwick Lake.
Ask and you shall receive, Tommy. Fish catches even on bonus codes.
Exactly. Let's take a look at all of our fish catches so far. A couple fish down in Bay Springs. Yeah. Really, it looks like it's been from 7 Mile all the way down to the Pickwick Dam. Every fish catch here. It was kind of interesting also to listen to Scott Martin right there saying he's going to fish very aggressively, and we've seen a lot of spinning rods so far today. Get back out right now to Justin Atkins, trying to get the ball rolling.
There he is. I can do. No, it ain't. That's a good one, though.
Go, bud.
Number one. Give me some. Yeah, I'd say he's a 3-pounder. If he was thick, he'd be a 4-pounder. No, but I promise you, I'm happy to see him right now.
Justin Atkins in his 2nd year as an Elite Series angler. Good career, 6 years. Pro bass fishing, won the big Forest Wood Cup as a rookie. One of the few.
Yes. Tommy, one of the things listening to Atkins last night, making the comment, he has practiced for this tournament for 15 years, as much as he has fished here this time of year.
Oof. Oh my gosh. Oh, I couldn't even barely move that one. I don't know if like I snagged on the side or a carp or. That one's little. He gone. I don't think he would have even kept. That first one was just like. Dang it.
Brandon out there, obviously fishing next to Chad Pipkins, and another angler has joined the fray.
Dice KO.
Yeah, there is a party going on in that area.
I want to see how big it is.
Yeah, Brandon said, I think we've reached our capacity.
There's a mess of them there.
Had something to say about that, but yeah, nice karaoke. Looks like a good one.
Yeah. And that's far enough away. I mean, that could be one full school, or it could be a broken up school like we've been mentioning, and that's a different pot of fish, but more than, 2 casts away, which is a lot of room on the Tennessee River in the summer, 2 casts distance.
Yeah, there's a different reality
compared
going
to
on out there.
Yeah.
And Cody Huff's fish just came in on Bass Track. 4 3-pounders, a 4-pounder. He's up to 16. 3rd place. Ronnie's going crazy. He's on his fantasy team.
We'll get into that suit for sure later.
Oh, I would hope so.
Yeah. Cannot wait.
Got to get it while it's getting good, right?
It's good.
Yeah. You only say that because Brandon Lester's on your team.
Not only.
Ryan Schmidt is building a nice bag. 4-pounder, 310. 2 others over 3.
Brandon Pollanick keeping his head down, getting the business done. With a lot of company out there on Pickwick, that's going to be a recurring theme, I'm sure, as we go through 4 days of fishing at the 6th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series in Tennessee's Brandon Lester, definitely one of the favorites coming in here. Always a favorite no matter where we go is Jason Christie. Look at him. He's building up, closing the gap a little bit. And Cody Huff, his fish have came in. They've registered, as Such told us. He's in the mix as well.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Pushing into our 3rd hour of fishing and 3rd hour of live coverage here on Bassmaster Live, Pickwick Lake, 6th stop of the year. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite here for first time ever from Counts, Tennessee on our Elite Series. Let's get down to a former champion, Elite Series champion here on Pickwick Lake. And Davey Height, these guys are, despite the current, the lack of current, I should say, some of these guys are really getting the job done. And I mean, is that a total bonus for them? I asked Mark Zona the same question.
Yeah, Tommy, I think it is a bonus, and we've heard a couple of anglers talk about that we need the current. But really and truly, keep your eyes on the Joseph Websters, the Scott Martins, Atkins, Buddy Gross, Cody Huff. Those anglers that can catch those fish offshore when the current is not moving are the ones that you certainly want to have your eyes on when the current does start to flow. Something interesting, I don't have the boat in the water yet. I'm about to put it in, and Ashley and I are going to go out this afternoon. But just along the shoreline, there's still a lot of shad flickering around the shoreline. I guess, and Z, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. All the current that they had been pulling, 100,000, has put a lot of these fish away from the main river channel. But with this calm water and these shad, you see them back in these pockets and these coves this morning. As that current gradually picks up, but not really strong current, I think we'll see more and more bait fish go out. So that's really the one saving grace, in my opinion, for this tournament, it being a 4-day event. And you've heard some of the anglers talk about managing their fish. Hopefully there'll be more fish moving from these coves and these creeks out onto the main river as the tournament progresses.
Maybe you fish so many tournaments on the Tennessee River and have done phenomenal. For somebody that's not been to the Tennessee River, something that we hit on earlier today, and Ronnie said this because we've talked about it on previous events on the Tennessee River, it acts tidal. With that being said, explain to somebody too much current and not enough. There's a fine line of where you want that water movement.
Yeah, absolutely, Z. And I just mentioned about too much current. It actually makes it really hard for the bait to stay out there on those places, and for those fish to stay out, the largemouth and smallmouth bass to stay out on those places. They have to get really close to the bottom. But what you want is the bait to be able to be there and moving through these ambush points. If you think about it, and we've already talked this morning, there's fish offshore from 5 feet deep to 30 feet deep. So why would some fish be at 5 and some be at 20 and some be at 30? There has to be bait there, and there has to be a right amount of current to really push that bait by these ambush points. And right now, with the different types of bait fish, especially the threadfin shad that I've noticed this morning, a lot of them are still really shallow. When you see all the fish in one depth range on a particular body of water, especially the Tennessee River, it's simply because the water quality is good for the bass, but also for the bait fish. So it's really about the bait and about the bait moving by and being able, these fish be able to ambush that bait. So too much current makes it really difficult. And you say that, you go, wow, well, you won behind the Wilson Dam, and we saw so many fish caught there last year in the event. Well, that is bait that's being blown over the overflow and through the turbines from the lake above. But when you talk about the main lake here on Pickwick, you want that just the right amount of current.
Davey, talking about that victory below the Wilson Dam and looking at last year's and really every earlier tournament that we've had on Pickwick, we always see consistent, nice smallmouth. Why, when you get into June here, and Atkins talked about it a little bit yesterday, why do you see that tail off and you really don't see them use these same key little spots out on that ledge?
Well, Justin's, fished here. I've fished a lot of tournaments on Tennessee River. I'm sure Justin has more hours on this body of water than I do. But in my opinion, and you see it, I actually talked to a angler here, not one of our lead anglers, but another angler here at Takeoff this morning. He said, man, the smallmouth bite is incredible on Dale Hollow right now. The smallmouth bite, you start hearing the locals talking about, man, I only fish at night this time of year. Try to catch those big smallmouth. I really think those smallmouth move up shallow and roam and feed a lot at night, a lot more at night this time of the year.
Davey, we got 9 lakes on the Tennessee River system here. You may have some bias because of past performance here, but which of those is your favorite?
Gosh, that makes it tough. And I know I'm notorious for giving 3 answers when you only want one, but I'm going to say Guntersville, Kentucky Lake, and Pickwick.
I got you. Now, how is the ledge fishing different at Kentucky Lake? Kentucky Lake and Pickwick get the most ledge fishing publicity. How do they differ from one another?
Well, the upper end of Kentucky Lake has just ridges, and I would describe them as ridges, just so much shallow to mid-range depth that it's just perfect habitat for the bait fish and for the bass. And to me, Kentucky Lake just fishes so much bigger because you have areas where there's just ridges of ledges, so to speak. And but this is obviously a great fishery, the whole Tennessee River system. This is the first time, honestly, I've been in Counce, Tennessee. It's beautiful here. It's absolutely beautiful. A lot of, it's a fishing community, somewhat like Lake Fork, but different. But like everyone around this area seems to be, really into the largemouth and smallmouth bass fishing. So Kentucky Lake fish is a lot bigger, I guess, but this is a great fishery. And when I found out for sure we were going to be here the first week in June, it's going to be a great tournament. And here's the thing that's going to be so interesting this afternoon. When that current gets moving and those bigger fish start biting, you've seen, it's like everybody loves one another fishing around one another on those ledges. When the boat beside you start catching 5 and 6 pounders, I think we'll see the attitude change just a little bit.
Well, we kind of secretly like to see that stuff too. Davey, thank you so much. Davey, also we understand from reading on Bassmaster.com that this is the party end of the lake, allegedly as well.
Oh, yeah, well, it's got 2 of the biggest marinas that we'll see over at J.P. Coleman in the State Park, and you've got Yellow Creek, or then you've got Indian Creek and Yellow Creek and whatnot there.
So everybody's going to join in on weekend.
Memorial Day was definitely
on Memorial Day. They had some fun.
It's a good thing they were idling.
Yeah.
Got a blog in from Shea Baker. Shane Durant's caught up with Brandon Lester, and his 19 pounds, almost 20 pounds, came shallow before he started hitting the ledges.
Wow.
Oh, it's a bass. Big smallie.
Really? 4-pounder?
Oh.
Yeah. And I'm stuck. I can't play defense.
Pipkins was a player here last year.
To kind of
stake out the same territory.
To kind of reiterate what Davey Height said, when we see those March and April and early May events up at the other tail race, you see a lot of smallmouth.
He's coming in.
I
don't know why he's coming in from that
smallmouth.
direction.
All these guys are so surprised when they catch a smallmouth because they dissipate and they spread out so much after that April time period. It's hard to really know if you're on a school of them until you catch one.
There's one.
And yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I heard him say it was a smallmouth. That's why I was bringing that point up, Z.
Oh, Chad hooked up. It's weird, the smallmouth have showed up today for whatever reason. Come on, fish. Come on, fish.
Atkins and Pollanick weren't fishing this close to one another last year, but they were doing the same thing. They'd each stake out a little island current break there, and we're doing.
They always look way bigger when they're jumping out there.
Straight.
Tommy, that little island's getting a lot of attention today, I've noticed, with some pretty good stringers coming around it.
No,
yes.
Weird.
Yes.
My topwater broke off.
That area will notoriously play in the spring, and it'll also stay true in this early June, late May time period, because a lot of those flats around those islands, you know, it's pretty shallow on the north side of those islands that we saw last year, and then it drops off into the river channel. But up there on the left side, the north side, a lot of twists and turns of creek channels where fish
one that's just under 3 pounds, and then the rest are just 2 pounders.
And it's straight shallow.
But it's hard, it's hard to know, should you stay, should you go? Because you start looking around at all the places you want to go run to, and you're like, there's 4 boats there, 2 boats there, you know, and so you're gonna start running into a bunch of people. Makes it a little difficult. You know, we were able to come here and join Chad.
No, that was the 3rd keeper smallmouth. 3 and 3.
But now it's there's just not that much sneaky stuff. I looked for a lot of sneaky stuff this week, and there's just not fish on it. You just don't find them.
One keeper one day in practice, 2 one day. One good day.
We just got to keep grinding it out, keep rotating through baits, keeping them guessing.
Will be cool to see how many anglers can catch them shallow today, because they basically have free reign of the entire lake. What Bill Lowen's doing right there, 95% of our field right now is out on the ledges within 20
it at least looks like a keeper.
25 miles of our takeoff.
Wow.
It did look like they swam over that direction. Big one.
I can get Ronnie's arms to wave. Cody Huff with another 4-pounder, second place, all to himself with 17.5 pounds.
I'm going to keep it bottled up for just another 2 minutes.
Are you?
Don't you worry.
Okay.
Well, we got a pretty impressive bunch of anglers at the top of our leaderboard. 3 veterans of this place, and one rookie, Cody Huff. As we welcome you into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. Cody Huff, a rookie from Missouri, but he's got a ledge fishing connection here as well.
He does. He's one of the college anglers that went away from his home state. He fished at Bethel University on the banks of Kentucky Lake and a lot of college tournaments, obviously on Pickwick. That experience in general, just knowing Tennessee River ledges, makes you a lot more comfortable when you get here this week.
They had a lot of FLW events here that Scott Martin participated in and did well here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ron, you gonna give
I
us a
might
little
as well.
screen of knowledge?
While
Come
we're
on.
here, I got to get my
yeah.
brags in while I can, Tommy, and that brings me to the screen of knowledge for some Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing. And when it comes to it, here's my team. I will say, we talked about it during the commercial break. The unscientific portion of it was I really wanted to pick Brandon Lester in bucket A, but because I picked him last week at Lake Fork, I just didn't want to pick him 2 events in a row, and I should have just went with my gut. But Matt Airy, this time of the year, June, he normally keeps a couple different things in play. He still can go fish shallow. He can also do the offshore game with the best of them. We saw that at Lake Eufaula with a top 10. He led portion of that event as well. And then I've got a good old Tennessee River guy, grew up, born and raised basically on the banks of Kentucky Lake, Matt Robertson. For him only being 6%, I had to go with him in bucket B. And then I had a different flavor for bucket C and D, and that was Jacob Fouts and Cody Huff. Specifically picked them because of their college experiences here at Pickwick and the Tennessee River. One went to Bryan College over at Chickamauga, one went to Bethel University at Kentucky Lake. And then Mike Iaconelli in bucket E, 6%. I will say, Tommy, when you look at bucket E and you're picking your fantasy team, I said it in the podcast with Kyle Jesse, there are about 8 anglers in bucket E that I have never seen in the bottom 15 in the Angler of the Year race ever. So picking them this week with Hank Cherry in there, Mike Iaconelli, Justin Atkins as a local this week, Kyle Welcher as well. There's a lot, Keith Combs, there's a lot of anglers you'd expect to do well, so his percentage was low as well. So I went with Ike this one. I think he'll be a part of the community this week at some point. Still waiting to see him register on Bass Track. Do have a couple in the top 10 already, though, with both college representatives there. Then for Drain the Lake, I went with Justin Atkins here. You got to use him for his home lake, even though it's been a very tough season for him. I'd expect him to maybe have a coming of season this week. Joseph Webster and Brandon Lester, those are my 2 shining stars right now, along with Cody Huff. I saved them for this week as well. Matt Robertson, David Mullins, Micah Frazier, and Mark Menendez. Probably dipping into a little bit of nostalgia for Mark Menendez. He has a long time win here a long time ago in the 90s. A little bit different body of water there. But while I have you guys at the screen knowledge, I wanted to kind of break that down a little bit. I like to think about Pickwick in 3 different portions. And when we go from the Counts, Tennessee area where the takeoff is, I kind of break it into a third of that area. Those are some great ledge areas where State Line Island is, the Bird Cage, J.P. Coleman, Yellow Creek, those types of areas are notorious for offshore fishing, but we'll also see some smallmouth mixed in. Then when you go to the middle portion of the lake, this is really somewhere that we're seeing most of our field, and that is because it is the most accessible portion, this middle portion, from whether we're in Alabama taking off or in Tennessee this week. It's the most popular areas like Bear Creek, Waterloo, the Natchez Bridge. Then you're going to see some guys who have to make long runs, notoriously make short runs for this area usually, but this week longer runs to get from the Cougars Island up to the tail race area, farther away from takeoff this week. But that's where you're going to see a lot of shallow anglers. You're going to see just the first formations of some offshore ledge fish. So 3 different ways to cut it this week at Pickwick. Plus, I guess we have a 4th aspect. Those guys who maybe go to Bay Springs, we'll see if any of them have an uptick in productivity on day 1. See if that becomes a pattern possibly this week. But yeah, Pickwick, I love it. From dam to dam, Tommy. Doesn't matter which time of the year you come here.
A lot to explore there. It's more than just the ledge fishing, too. I mean, we got giant flats here. We got the bluff walls. There's a lot.
100%.
That's why you like it. That's why you like it so much. Let's get back out on the water right now. We're out to the place that's been fairly active here for a good while this morning. It's where we find Brandon Pollanick. Also Chad Pipkins.
There's like 5 boats on the other school I want to run to.
That one back there?
Yeah. He might keep at least. Get little.
He's little. Look how skinny he is.
Tacoito with a second 5-pounder.
Oh,
He's in 5th place.
Taco?
Four fish. 15 pounds even. It's moving.
And Pollinick, your Progressive Angler of the Year points leader, hanging in there in the top 20. Still early on this first day of 4 days of competition here. Expect them to possibly, we don't know for sure when and if the current will appear.
Yeah.
So
we'll know pretty quick on live when it does, though.
Oh yeah, that's what we're all looking for.
Yeah, absolutely right about that, Ronnie. And not only that, taking a look though at the fish catching so far, if that's how it's going to be with the water not moving, we're in for a pretty good event.
Has been a lot of fun so far, and we get to see a lot of the lake that maybe we won't see so much of, depending on the conditions as we go through the next 3 days. But right now we're thinking about day number 1 and more stories when we come back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Our fishing, and yes, for many of our anglers, catching. Here at Pickwick Lake, let's go for our Jack Link's Hook the Beast, and for that, we'll take you back a little more than 1 year ago.
Come on in here, girl.
Buddy Gross.
Stay on there, baby. Stay on there. Stay on there. Come on. Mama.
Oh, yeah.
Big mama.
Yes, indeed, Tommy. Old school gilling them, bear pawing right there.
They sure did.
And interestingly enough, that Jack Link's Hook the Beast, Buddy Gross fishing not that far from where he caught that bass a year ago.
Right. Yeah.
Jack Link's Hook the Beast.
A couple of really splashy days here to start his tournament last year was Buddy Gross in this section of the lake. Back to Buddy live.
Golly, buddy. Thank you, Lord. We got 5, I think. Got me scared now. I know it's a keeper, but whew. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. We'll catch us another and then we'll weigh them. We gotta have a reason to weigh. I wanted to start here pretty bad, but I couldn't drive past that school. At least I know there might be some fish here. Ooh, come on now. Ooh, that's a good one. Smallmouth. Guarantee you that's a smallmouth. That's a dang big one. Easy, easy. You stay your butt on there. You need to go for a boat ride. Easy. Golly. Oh, that baby is strong. Oh, come here. Thank you, Lord. Whew, I knew that was a smallmouth when it first jumped. Them son of a guns can be half the size of a largemouth. And they're bad, like they're real bad. It ain't no big one. I'm proud of that. Thank you, Lord. All right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just gonna do, I got 2 decent ones. So I need 4 is all I need. Let's see, red, white's one I don't need. Not white. Come on now, buddy. Red, blue, yellow, green.
Oh, yes. He is going to be fun to watch throughout the weekend. A lot of anglers thinking that offshore bite might stabilize a little bit as we get into the weekend. Power pole replay today is going to be Buddy Gross. He is making one cast spots pretty much all day long that we've been with him so far. Buddy Gross made the comment his practice was just sick on days 1 and 2, Monday and Tuesday. Yesterday made the nod. I think things are starting to happen for me, starting to turn on. Hey, Buddy Gross, you are Power pole replay of the day. And I'm going to tell you, Tommy, that will not hold up the rest of the day the way it's standing. Power pole replay of the day. A lot of scrounger style bait so far today with the lack of current. Power pole replay of the day, Buddy Gross.
Very nice. Buddy moving up, knocking on the door of the top 10. Also moving up in, well, our Progressive Angler of the Year stats from almost 30th place up into the top 20. And that one based on getting a good limit in the boat early.
That's like another smallmouth. It is. I can't believe they're back here. Whoa, you're tearing my bait up. Whoa. Thank you, Lord.
Back here, not meaning way back in a creek, meaning off the main river channel onto like a secondary bar, not a main deal. Which is honestly, Z, and you could probably attest to this the time of the year you fished Pickwick before, they're either on the main river, nowhere in between, and then they'll be on those places that have pea gravel, which are either direct points off of the bank or those first bars where the pea gravel washes over to it when obviously we have high current in the spring.
What was probably the weirdest thing is when I taped with Aaron here last year, and it was, Ronnie, I talked to you after we taped that show, was how many were mixed together, largemouth and smallmouth. And I mean, they were on the same exact cast.
We got 2 rookies in our top 10, Cody Huff and Jacob Faust.
We're doing a little bit of snaky fishing for just a minute. Just caught us a nice smallmouth in shallow water, which was a nice surprise. Thought we had a 6-pound largemouth till it jumped about 4 feet in the air.
Slow morning for Justin Atkins so far. Yeah. Very slow, surprisingly slow after the practice that he had. I was talking about it earlier, Ronnie, just because you know a lot of the anglers from college and all their history fishing this lake especially, is Atkins making the comment that he has practiced his whole life for this tournament 100%. From looking at his right memories.
Unbelievable how big it is, but they're just moving. They're
whether it, you know, on social media, of all the tournaments he has fished this first week of June on Pickwick.
That was a massive, it's already off my screen. That was a massive school just went through there.
I have specific memories of when you come here. It was
not hanging out
the Alabama teams, you know, the Auburns of the world and the Lee brothers when they were together, and the Atkins and Galloway combo and Atkins and Joe Marty. Like literally there are people that you knew, the Bethel teams would show up. I mean, we had the Magnum spoon. Normally when you have baits that are innovative or new, they debut in a pro level event to the world. We had the Magnum spoon debut at Pickwick in those college events.
Oh, come on now. Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. One of the Bethel boys that was buddies with Ben Parker.
That's a 3.5er.
Got one to try out and obviously won him the event.
That
That's the right flavor.
Boy, they are fishing close together. Would you just look at that?
They know what color flake they have in their worm.
It's like some of those pictures from Lake Fork a couple of weeks ago.
Now we're not going to be able to make the cast I want to be able to make now. Kind of just, you gotta be just slow and steady. Keep trying to switch it up and give them different looks and do different things, but like the most consistent thing's just throwing a drop shot, it seems like.
Tommy, unofficial daily trivia real quick.
Oh, yeah?
Do it every tournament on day one. How many bags over 20
As you
today?
set the hook on that one, I could see 3 or 4, maybe 5 fish right there.
I'll go 7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was that? 20-pound bags?
20-pound bags?
I'll go 11.
Okay. Z?
Yeah. Gonna split it. I'm gonna go 9.
All right. Such?
Such? You can't.
Gosh, I think there's only 5 on day 1 last year. Is that right?
Yeah,
but
but
we
it's
had a
totally
25-pound bag.
It's totally different.
Yeah, it is totally different. I don't know if the.
I actually thought there'd be more last year.
Just do your division.
8.
8? Okay.
See if these guys can.
Good. I'm glad he split you two and not me.
Yeah,
not
really.
Me and Z.
Here we go now.
We shall see about that 20-pound bag situation. The weigh-in coming up today. Later on, right here on Bassmaster.com, we'll fill you in on the times and the details and so forth. 8 hours fishing for these 91 anglers on day number 1. Don't want to get too far out of position on this day, and a lot of guys looking to reposition once they start those generators going. We get some current moving on Pickwick Lake. Meanwhile, Tennessee and Brandon Lester on top. Been a while since he caught his last keeper, but man, what a great bag. Almost 20 pounds. More to come from Pickwick. Day 1, the Whataburger Elite.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Getting close to completing our 3rd hour of fishing here on day number 1, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. Stop down south here, circling back to the Tennessee River. Had one at Chickamauga earlier. Had one Jason Christie come back after a classic win and sort of taking the week off for their next tournament, but actually just blowing in strong and winning on the Tennessee River here, and he's having a good tournament here as well. So we will have our eyes on Jason Christie. Maybe get some bonus coverage of him before the day is over. We don't know. We're going to try.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Taking a look at Brandon Pollanick right there, Humminbird Bird's Eye View. Getting a good look at Davey Hite. Got to talk about a little bit of difference here from Kentucky Lake downstream from here. Humminbird Bird's Eye View with Brandon Pollanick. Very much more spot oriented instead of little bigger stretches.
Gosh, I can barely get that one out. I don't know how the other one came off.
Boy, Ronnie, you nailed it at the screen of knowledge when you talked about literally the 3 different sections that you broke down on the screen. Was, man, there is
cool
about a 3 to 5 mile stretch.
Like losing on keeper and then drop down, catch a 5.
Just getting throttled.
Our boat positioning's really gotten jacked up now. Now I feel like we almost need to be down, like casting up on it, dragging it off. Well, except the current goes that way. Nothing like no wind, no current plus wind blowing against the current.
And you'll see Z, some of those guys who are on top of each other in that stretch that are on community holes, they're burning it today. I remember notoriously some of the best guys would run, if they got an early boat draw, to a community hole, catch 20 pounds, and save their actual practice spots that they found that no one else might have found, save those for day 2, 3, and 4, because now they've burned a spot that everyone knew about instead of something that no one knew about.
It's like Lester has found Livesey's lead from last one where he wanted to show himself in spots so he could fish it other days after getting a nice limit on day one.
Getting out
Lester
of his
has it. He's moved.
primary area.
I keep watching him, and he's moved to another spot again.
Right. Such, you pretty spot on that for the simple fact that a lot of the local tournaments have taken from, say, 19 pounds to 23 pounds. Brandon Lester kind of knows he's on house money today.
Nice.
Where he can bounce around a lot more now instead of having to bunker in, catch a limit where he can show himself, to these community hole areas.
Another thing that blog said that he wanted to get out of there and not let anybody see him where he caught his 19-pound bass.
There has been some boats come through that, Such. I've been watching very closely.
Well, he wanted to get off of it, so nobody saw him actually catching fish there. I don't know if he did or not, but.
A lot of photos and videos of Brandon Lester yesterday on Bassmaster.com, and him saying, well, I didn't find too many, but his grin, he could not suppress. He was like smiling ear to ear. It was just a little bit of a tell.
You know when it's game time that it's your style or exactly like you expected, a good old Tennessee River ledge event.
Yeah.
But what you just said, right? Look, Brandon Lester feels at home. A guy like Buddy Gross, a Joseph Webster, and an Atkins, even though Atkins is struggling brutally today right now. But you always talk about timing, and it was so great that Buddy Gross was like, oh, it is just horrible. Literally texted me 10 minutes after the phone call and said, no, it's good. It's good again. So,
as far as I needed it to go. It's like there's a group of them like almost between us, doesn't? You see those? Like straight behind my boat. More on 360 just because I'm spot locked and live's facing the opposite direction. You see them on live every once in a while, but definitely more on 360.
From the looks of it, Z, we have 4 anglers who have made their way to Bay Springs.
Right there, right now.
Yep, saw that.
We'll have to keep an eye on how they do, but it's roughly my buddy Grant Galloway, who fished with Atkins at Mississippi State. He said it's about 30 minutes from mouth to mouth, so the end of Yellow Creek to, through the Tom Bigby Waterway to get there. But it's about 45 minutes from Counts, from the takeoff to get there.
Back to Ole Miss alum Brock Mosley. Pollanick, Chad, Pipkins fishing so close together. Pipkins
Absolutely.
is 22nd, Pollanick is 23rd.
I feel like they've kind of made an agreement to burn this place down now that 3 or 4 people have shown up as well with them.
Attack of the killer bees.
while since we checked in on Joseph Webster, our rookie here, who has certainly been cited by many as definitely one of the favorites. A lot of experience here, a lot of success here.
2 solid fish in his live well for Webster. Caught those early this morning.
Come on, you big joker. Come on. Come on now. Get in here. Thank you, Lord. That helps. Fat one there. Slowly but surely.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it, Tommy. I think we will have a new Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year leader after this event. I think he cut that lead in half at 4th.
Who do you think that's going to be?
I think Webster will cut it again and
when it hit the
take
bottom.
some back.
Three, I'd say, at least 3.5.
In a popular area right now for a lot of our viewers watching. That fish out on Pickwick a lot.
Even those who don't and who have seen former victories around this region.
Yes.
Okay, we're narrowing down.
Yeah. There's actually 3 anglers in the top 12 right now within proximity this region.
That was a good keeper, and you mentioned it, Mark Zona. 2 other solid keepers for Joseph Webster.
Yeah, taking a look at Joseph Webster's day. Started this morning fishing right next to Carl Jacobson, and there's some quality on that starting area.
Get in here. Thank you, Lord.
Solid fish to start his day right there. Joseph Webster coming into this tournament said with the predicted slightly lighter weights that it could take to win this tournament, really set up in his favor.
Get in here.
Not catching a lot of numbers, but the quality's been there throughout practice for Webster. Scrounger style bait this morning.
Nice.
Said the jig's going to have to be a big player. Just landing this one just a few moments ago. Catching that one on a jig. Fishing a little bit different than a lot of the other anglers we've had cameras with. A little bit deeper so far today. Gonna head back down to the Pickwick Dam. 1 fish in his live well. Justin Atkins.
With no fish, Ronnie, you're dead on. Jay Shakurit has fallen to 75th. Webster's up to 26th in the AOI. So that means he'd be leading the
Shakurit's
rookie.
not 75th in AOI. You're saying he's 75th in today?
In the tournament.
Okay. Atkins hooked up.
It's 45th. Dropped to 45th.
No, it's not either. He looked way bigger than that when he jumped out there.
Actually, I think we went the other way where he caught that one right there. So my mistake on that one.
Number 2,
Luckily, down lake means 2 different things on Pickwick. It's either down the way it flows or down on the map. So you
That
can't
doesn't
be wrong.
help.
You
That's
can't be
not
wrong.
helping.
Yeah, you can't be wrong, Z.
TH Marine Weather Watch currently 81 degrees. Very comfortable out there, partly cloudy and super, super calm. We had a little breeze earlier. It doesn't really take the place of actual current that these guys are looking for.
Might have a couple poppers coming in though after
Later, maybe
our lunch
around
break.
weigh-in time almost. Or getting close to that time.
Keeps changing. It was
Okay.
longer. Now it's at 3 o'clock scattered thunderstorms and 4 o'clock isolated, and after that nothing. But earlier today it was extended into the early evening.
Okay. Gusty winds accompanying the storms when they blow in. That's kind of Standard operating procedure for this time of year in this part of the world. Counce, Tennessee. First time ever for the elites going out of Counce, Tennessee. For this tournament on Pickwick Lake, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, and Brandon Lester, the Tennessean, is on top. Cody Huff, school in Tennessee, and Takumi Ito making a big push up into third place right behind Huff. A lot of movement on the board, and we will keep tracking it for you. We'll be right back.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Smallmouth now. Where are you at, Green? It's funny, I didn't catch a smallmouth all week. Oh, that's number one. That's not the one I want. I want the blue. Where's the blue one? There we go. Oh, cool. Dump them off this side. Okay. Making progress. Down there. What? Just a little over 2. Not much. Yours help you at all? Dan, check. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they do. You know that'll change when the current turns on. There's like a, I didn't really realize it before, but there's a, it like makes that point and it kind of swings in and there's almost like a tiny little out swing right there. Not much of one, but I've been staring at it on my 360. I'm like, I'll throw over there. Like you said, in practice they were all there. But I see quite a few fish getting over there now, it looks like. But it's crazy how much different the smallmouth feel. They're living well.
read my mind. Because 11 pounds ain't going to get her done.
You can't float like a balloon right here.
Private property. Tink. They did? Huh. It'll take a while probably to get to here though.
What is that, like 2 hours to get up here?
I don't know. I didn't think about that.
That'll take a while, dude.
Yeah. It'd probably be smarter to actually start down there and work your way this way. I got a few schools, but I thought they were all 2-pounders, but I could have done the same thing and ran 3 miles or so. They must be starting to move up to the front, Chad, because I'm not seeing much out here. Some of those fish must be moving that way because I'm not seeing much over here anymore. On this edge. Looks like there's 2 boats on that other spot now. Time to make. I'm about in the same boat. We're gonna leave at the same time. It's just gonna be wide open. Yeah. Gosh, there's a pile of them right there too. Yeah. Yeah, it is. There's some under that bait out there. Gosh, there is a massive, massive wad of bait. And there's fish underneath them. I can't get a look at what they are, if they're whites or largemouth. I know. There's giant balls of bait over here too. And I can see fish under them.
No, it ain't. I guess he was hung up around the brush. That's an interesting predicament. stuck him in the live one. He's like, oh, hey Fred, that's where you went. I was wondering why you run off a second ago so fast. Oh man, so they're not big ones, but they are box fillers. We just out here picking around on a few little shallow places that I've just found fishing over the years, and seems to be a few of them right out there. I had two pick it up pretty quick. Get retied, get us a fresh worm. See if we can't pick one more off. Give us a limit anyways. And then we just keep moving around. Finally getting a little water moving. Feel like it's getting the fish. Feel like it's getting the fish kind of active. My hands are so wet I can't hardly tie. It's gonna be the name of the game out here right now. You're just gonna have to ease around and capitalize on opportunities. I think that one was hung up on the brush when I set the hook, because he loaded me up good. My line's got a bunch of little crinkles in it now. He got me really excited. Thought it was gonna be a big one. Let's count. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure we don't do something stupid. Crazy how these fish move around, because I fished right here in practice and never had a bite. And now they're just toting it off. Dadgum, it's hot. Come here. God, he was up there shallow. It's a damn grind. It is a grind. All this is a game of decisions, you know? I mean, that fish was in nothing. Yeah. Then he hit it so hard I thought it was a catfish or a drum, you know? In that little shade pocket, you know? Surprised he came off. Yeah, you mad, bro? Yeah, you just punched me in the face, man. Like every time I think I'm eating something, I get punched in the face. Yep. Problem is I'm fishing too fast. Trying to hurry. Ugh. Dude, I ain't been able to relax all damn day. Yeah, you see all that wood all down through there? All the way down that bank up there in front of us? They were all over in that stuff.
He wasn't gonna help us.
Well, we're finally starting to get a little water running. You see all the debris and stuff ain't out here floating anymore. I can see it running around the back of the boat, so I got a couple more little places up through here. I'm gonna stop and fish, and we're gonna ease just a little ways back down the lake and see if we can't find us a couple of skulls that are trying to be fresh and get grouped up. I got 4. I don't know how much I got, maybe 10 pounds, maybe. So if we can just catch us a 5-pounder real quick, we'll go ahead and be at our goal weight, and then we can start culling. I about guarantee there's one swimming right here. I just need to pick my cricket up. Come on. There he goes. Come on, get it. Come on. Telling you, man, you catch a couple of them and they just get smart. is. I knew it was gonna be a little one. Probably a little spotted bass. Mm-hmm.
You non-committal little suckers. I can see them like staring at it. They chase it for a second, but we're gonna make a move. Start running some other places. Fish around, but I just don't want to live in, I don't have enough confidence in this spot to live and die here. I got other places.
She just run down there, made her like 3 casts, and yeah. That's exactly what it was, huh? Come on now. Too many damn fish right here not to get a bite. Just seems dead out, you know? It's that weird stalled out deal before the front. That's what it feels like to me. I don't know if that was a bite or a cypress knee. One of these cypress trees right here, I had a big one come out and try to get it. I think it was this one right up here. Dude, it is like calm and dead. Where are you at, fish? You're supposed to be in there. Thought we was gonna get a couple bites after them few there, you know? It's weird, it looks muddy, you know? Against the bank. I mean, it is muddy, but I don't know why.
spot. Probably not 15 inches. Put him in there for a minute. Find the lower.
Those other ones are nice though, man.
I thought that first one was a bite, and I was like, I don't know. But boy, yanked down on it.
Boy, I don't know why they're so long and skinny. Have to relocate some shad this end of the lake.
Big old head.
Yeah. Okay, let's weigh them real quick. I don't know what to call. These are my old ones anyways. I don't want to use these. Thank you, Lord. I said yellow. Cool. Thank you, Lord.
Hi, buddy.
Man, that's weird bites. I don't think I was ever gonna catch up with that one either.
Oh gosh, I just had one tap it. Seeing a group of them down there. Just had one tap. Oh, come on, get it all the way. Oh. Jesus, you kidding me? Gosh, now they're too close to the boat. Got me all wadded up. They were just like grabbing the tail of it. Tooth marks all behind the hooks. Let this refresh and see exactly where they're at.
not very far away.
Go back to your home.
I don't like when they get close to the boat like that. But they kept biting it and just following it. Come on. Someone get a hold of it. Well, they're swimming out now. Yeah, definitely got current moving. For sure. Not much. Not enough to counterbalance the wind, though. They kind of slid up a little bit. I may have to reposition the boat.
I've never seen fish hit something and run that fast straight down the river. Ever. Ooh. Quit. That's a no-brainer. Thank you, Lord. I ain't never seen that before. They're running so fast down this way, I can't keep up with them. Them right there's making big bull work out. They ain't going left, right. They're coming at the boat hard as they can come.
Because he was about to try to jump. I don't know that it'll help, though. He looked like he'd been caught before. Got a 198 that we need to get rid of. I think he's a little too skinny. At least they're biting.
I just got a little bitty ledge right here. It's a fairly shallow ledge. I've been throwing a worm up there, but they're hitting the bait and they're swimming straight back at the boat so fast. I can't get the sliding trick up, so trying to get the hook point out of that worms a little bit harder, so I picked up a jig and threw it out there and first cast. It hit it and it swam into the boat. I had to keep reeling to get caught up with the slack and set hooking, and we caught another number 3. So it's not a great big fish place right here, but I mean, we're catching a few. I catch one more in Cole. We can go down the lake the rest of the day, and I'm just gonna try to find some offshore places to fish, try to get us a big one. I think we're getting close to that range where we're gonna be, you know, in the top 47 cut. We're not close to the top by no means, but I guess gotta get a little bit of confidence that I can catch some keepers, and then we can go fishing. They didn't want nothing up off the bottom, so this is the bottom deal here. I missed like 4. I mean, like good bites before I ever got a hook in one. Weirdest bite I've seen. I mean, they grab that son of a gun and they head straight down the river. I mean, like, I'm reeling like I'm working a crankbait trying to get the slack caught back up. I don't care how they bite as long as they bite it. Just making it hard on me. I gotta work harder whether they're doing it. I've drug them off the hole now. They're down this way. That's the only negative thing to the high fish. Super long casts make it hard to get a hook in something sometimes if they ain't got an open hook on it. I think me thinking those long casts keeps me away from the fish and they don't feel the pressure of me as much. That's some gun. That there won't help us. Nice little pack of fish in there though. The further we go down the lake, the less activity we'll probably have today, just for the record. It's weird how I've changed the way I fish too. I throw up in front of the boat all the time, whereas growing up as a tournament angler, team angler, you fished off the side of the boat. So it's amazing how much things changed. I'd be a terrible team fishing partner now, probably. I'm out of position a lot on this jig, but I'm using a real heavy jig on not such a deep place right here, and I'm having to keep it up to keep it from getting hung. It's rough down there. Everybody at home sees my rod placement. They're like, look at this guy. I've heard on the shows in the past about how people keep a rod in the right position. 99%. I'm like the 2%er. I have to rely on my good looks, you know.
There you go.
I'm gonna tell you something we don't talk about a lot. How lucky we are to get to fish for a living. I mean, we take it for granted, a lot of us. I'm burning up. I've had about 3 hours of sleep for the last 4 nights, but I wouldn't take nothing for it. Pretty cool to get to wake up every day and go do something you love. My stomach thinks my throat's been cut, though. I have not had a bite of nothing to eat. I'm hungry. All right, we've eliminated this one. We're moving. Oh, I was hoping.
See if we can get one of them to trigger. Got on a group of fish here. I'm seeing them swimming around and like got bit, missed one, caught a catfish, caught a keeper, and then they kind of just shut off. Make a couple bait rotations here and see. That is a good way to catch a big one out of the group. Really just would like to not have to drag a drop shot out there. I think the current sweeps it down. Just piled up right there. Should go through them with this. Look at that ugly thing. Yeah, I could see him down there.
I do not like where I got him hooked though. He might be all right. He got one eye, skinny, beat up. Ooh. That was good. I didn't like where I had him hooked. He's 2/10 off. No, 200ths off.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have balance beamed him, but why? Well, there goes this spot. I knew we were going to go right through him. It's just whether or not one was going to bite it or not. Give one the old trickery. I'd like them to go back up there a little ways. I don't like when they're that close. Get on out of her. Come here.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
On the shores of Pickwick Lake in Counce, Tennessee, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake, day one, and it's always great to be here on the Tennessee River. I don't know if there's a better time, in my opinion, to be here on the Tennessee River other than the first week of June, because there's a lot going on, and we've seen this morning a lot going, especially the offshore bite has proven to be what most guys are working towards here. And today I have with me a great guest here, John Garrett, 2016 college champion, 2017 Bassmaster Classic for John. Has been fishing the Opens the last few years. Barely missed the Open, making the elites from the Opens last year, only by a tiebreaker. So it's great to be here, have you here with us, and so much knowledge on the lake here. Fish between here and Kentucky Lake, I guess, most of your career?
Yeah, I live right between here and Paris Landing. It's great to be here with you and watching these guys out fishing for sure.
So what's your, I guess, first of all, because we've been talking about this all morning, does it look like 80 pounds to win this event, 70 pounds, 90 pounds? Tell us, because a lot of the anglers are saying, hey, the current isn't even flowing yet, and a lot of guys are struggling because of that. But then you've got a good group of guys that have got good solid limits now this morning, and they're saying that they're way ahead of the game.
Yeah, I would say we're looking, in my opinion, north of 20 pounds a day. I'm thinking at least 20 pounds a day is going to do that. We're going to see a lot of fish get caught between noon and check-in because they really start turning that current on later in the day here.
So it's a big deal on the Tennessee River, the current, that's for sure. So tell us what time, I'm sure you've looked at it, what time should the current kick on today?
We're looking at a good bite window after 1 o'clock today.
Okay.
They're going to turn a couple more turbines on, and fish will start getting grouped up a little better on those little special spots.
Well, we got cameras with 6 guys that we think are going to be catching when they do turn that current on. And we're going to look at them here today so far with a Toyota midday report. And first angler here, Joseph Webster, who is technically a rookie, but certainly not a rookie. I'm sure you're familiar with him a little bit around this area, aren't you, John?
Yeah, he has a lot of experience here. He's out here all the time. So, I mean, I'm sure this having off limits here has kind of hurt him a little bit for not being out here and hurting his feelings a little bit.
Yeah, he talked to me this morning. He said, man, I'm going to try to get you a little something for live today, and he certainly did that. Got off to a good start, put 2 fish in the boat early, but the big key, in my opinion, was the quality of fish was really good for him. And it was probably an hour and a half or so before he caught his 3rd fish. You can definitely tell looking here that the size of fish that he's really trying to focus on are much bigger than a lot of these other anglers. And that's certainly what you've got to do on the Tennessee River. Next angler that everybody knows for sure, he's currently leading Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Brandon Pollanick. And Brandon got off to a start. Unfortunately, he had several boats around him this morning, but that's certainly to be expected here this time of year, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's not a whole lot of schools out right now, and the ones that are, they're pretty visible. Everybody's so good with their graphs now, they're pretty easy to find.
Speaking of visible, Brandon Pollanick's wife is visibly very pregnant right now. I think about 1 or 2 days overdue. There's been a lot of talk whether he'll stay and continue to fish this event if she does have their first child, but that'll be interesting. I mean, a lot going on for Brandon Pollanick. When you're leading Angler of the Year, you don't get those opportunities. He's got one to his credit already in his young career, but you don't get those opportunities a lot. We'll see how this unfolds with his fishing day and also with his wife having their first child.
That's a hard choice to go between where you need to be for sure.
So one of the anglers that was fishing right beside Brandon Pollanick this morning is Chad Pipkins. And Chad Pipkins, a northern angler, does well when we go up north later in the year, usually catching the smallmouth bass. But Chad has really gotten a reputation in the last couple of years. These offshore tournaments, I remember Lake Fork a few years ago, several times on the Tennessee River here. Chad Pipkins loves to use his electronics, finesse fishes for these fish a lot. Also, we've seen him catch a few giants on big crankbaits, but has certainly become a well-rounded fisherman and enjoys these offshore tournaments. Chad Pipkins, and I talked about this a little bit earlier, John. Him and Brandon Pollanick fishing real close together and acting like, they're best buds, and several anglers there really close to one another. Things might heat up when the current turns on and those fish get a little bit bigger this afternoon. So here's one angler that I'm sure you know more about and competed against him through the years, Justin Atkins. He's here on his home waters and had a little bit of a slow start this morning, but I'm sure he's one of those guys that's waiting on that water to turn on.
Yeah, Justin, he lives on a lake here. We fish a lot of tournaments, spend a lot of time together, and he has enough places in the back of his mind that he's going to go to when he thinks the timing's right. And that's kind of the whole deal. So I'm expecting him to catch a few fish this afternoon. Sure.
Yeah, that's certainly why we got a camera with Justin. A lot of people expecting big things from him this week. A lot of pressure on you being on your home waters, but I'm hoping he'll pull through for us. Speaking of people pulling through for us, Carl Jacobson, another angler we've had on camera today, and he's got a good start. He's another angler fishing around some of the other anglers. I mean, I think if you're going to be offshore this day and time on the Tennessee River, you've got to expect to be fishing around other anglers, and it's really interesting that you see all the tricks of the trade, all the different ways that they try to trick these fish and catch these fish. Carl Jacobson with a spinning rod in his hand right now, and I noticed this morning, if you look, one whole side of his bow of his boat has nothing but finesse spinning rods there with him. Another angler that everybody expects to do well when we come to the Tennessee River, not just Lake Chickamauga, but Pickwick, Kentucky Lake, Guntersville. Buddy Gross is, one of the best in the business fishing offshore on the Tennessee River. We've seen that not only in Tennessee River, St. Johns River, Harris Chain. He's a well-rounded fisherman. We saw him get a win on Lake Eufaula fishing brush piles. But when you're offshore, you got to keep in mind what Buddy Gross is doing. Had a slow practice his first 2 days, but really got on something yesterday. I had to say he's the first angler that I've seen put a fish in a boat on a big crankbait. A lot of these guys seem to be using soft plastic.
Yeah, and another thing with Buddy, he's not only a tremendous offshore fisherman, he's really good at finding stuff offshore and not being right on top of somebody else too, finding something on his own.
Little subtle things. That's exactly what he did in Florida with that win. And so now we're gonna see if we can dial in with Brandon Pollanick here on beautiful Pickwick Lake, fishing offshore. Got trying to catch a good limit on his mind, and also his wife and child right around the corner here in the next day or two.
Yeah, he has a lot of things going on for him right now.
Oh, that feels decent. Oh, that's a good one. Gosh, he choked it. Yeah, come on. Oh, come here. Yeah! Look at that. Mega swimmer
that
gone.
That fish will definitely help Brandon Pollanick.
Mega swimmer gone. Oh, yeah. Yes!
Like he had that swim bait on a Tokyo rig, didn't he?
Yeah,
like
that
a BMC Tokyo rig.
That looked different.
That'll definitely get rid of a 2-pounder.
Biggest fish I've seen him land.
That's got to be a 4-pounder.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a huge help.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That was an upgrade there, boys. 4.5 pounder. What number was that? Number 1. Sorry, Samsonite.
Yeah, you go to culling 2-pounders with 4.5 pounders. That's
big improvement.
Direction you want to go in.
Golly. All right, hold on. You sit in there for a second.
I like the bait choice there. Something different those fish aren't seeing, and he's fishing slow, but something to still get a bigger bite than dragging a worm or football jig.
Get a look at this fish again.
Gosh, they got close again.
Good fish here. And I've noticed this. Brandon Pollanick.
Where you fat Sally's going.
Had been fishing the elites for a number of years. Or been fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail for a number of years for sure. When he came along, and I've seen him. He was a great angler. Came here, nation champion. He was a great angler then, but boy, he's gotten better each and every year. Fishing shallow, fishing deep, fishing smallmouth, largemouth. That's why he's leading angler of the year. Got a great chance to win it for a second time.
Great, we've had it to ourselves the whole time. Haven't even had anyone try to get on it, so maybe
it was a VMC
no one else
Tokyo
found this
rig
route, but
on that swim bait.
We caught a 3.5, one a little over 4, and I caught 2-pounders here in practice, and that's the biggest fish I've caught since I've been here. So it's a good sign. Hopefully we can keep it going. Stick it out here just a little longer. I think one of the biggest things is that the current just
just got going, is getting these fish grouped up, set up. It'd be nice.
So, John, I've fished the Tennessee River, I guess, longer than you've been alive, maybe, but you fish it a lot more recent years than me. Do the class of fish, like he was saying there, that caught nothing but 2-pounders there in practice, and do they change overnight here?
They do, and a lot of times that those bigger fish are still with those smaller ones in the same schools, but a lot of times just getting those fish to bite. They're so smart. There's so much pressure out here. One of the biggest things here is that it's so deep compared to a lot of the other TVA lakes. It's so easy to go over those fish with your down image and see those fish. So they get a little more pressure directly where they're sitting than I say what most places do. But right now we're looking at still fresh fish coming back and forth to the bank, and they're definitely better fish swimming out there every day to those schools, getting some fresh bites each and every day.
And you stop it, and then that bait just sits there, and it's not on the bottom. It's just kind of hovering there, so it's just a little extra realism for them, it seems like. Yeah, pretty much.
You see the rods on his front deck. I was at takeoff this morning, and every boat that I saw, even guys that normally have 2 or 3 on each side on the front deck, every boat I saw had about as many rods as you can put on the front deck on both sides, and a few of them even had that full and another 8 or 10.
School gets all broken up.
But beside your partners. Yeah. Incredible. How many different baits the anglers had rigged up this morning?
And a lot of these people probably have not fished for the schools they've seen, so they really don't know which school, what bait. So
do you do that here? You just graph and look for schools and not necessarily fish for them?
Yeah, if I had a tournament coming up, I would strictly be scanning. The only time I would be making a cast if I seen some fish around a stump or a brush pile, because a lot of times those fish related to that cover, it could be drum or catfish or whatnot. So if I'm looking at just the hard bottom and I see fish, I usually don't fish for them. You don't want anyone to see you, and I don't want to make any fish smarter than I have to.
That's right.
And some of these guys haven't been here before, so the more time they spend behind their graph, the more water they cover, more places they have to hit.
Yes, tournament fishing to me is all about time management. You want to cover as much water as you can, and then when you're fishing, you want to keep your bait in the water as much as you can. But if you can spend your time idling at 3 or 4 miles an hour versus having to make every cast, every 30 feet down a ledge, you can cover.
Now, 'cause there's that big log floating down the river.
100 times more.
Yep. And what's crazy here is that, you may find a school of fish on the main river channel and 20 foot of water, but that doesn't really mean exactly that's the pattern to go on. These fish seem to, a good spot's a good spot, whether it's in 8 foot of water, those fish could be there, or whether if it's in 30 foot of water, those fish are going to be there. So knocking down a pattern on, this lake is pretty much there's not one, I'm going to say.
So what makes a good, because we did talk about this a little bit this morning, what makes a good spot this time of year when you've got fish in 8 feet and 30 feet?
Yeah, for me, it's more of what a real good spot is more of a feeding flat, and see where Brock Mosley is here.
Bay Springs.
Bay Springs is a long ways from Pickwick there. This is a pretty popular lake for a lot of locals to come to here. I'm kind of surprised to see one of our guys there fishing.
I think we've got a few there. Is it? I can remember covering tournaments years ago, and a few guys would run to Bay Springs. He's hooked up here. Is it known to have better quality fish now like it did, let's say, 6 or 8 years ago?
It has a really good quality of largemouth in there. Not really a super strong population. It has a really big population of spotted bass. There's some really big largemouth that live there. I believe he has a big spot.
Does look like a spot. Does
He
look
ain't
like a
as thick
spot.
as that other one, but he's a good one.
Yes, sir. Can you win this event catching spots?
If this tournament was in February, I'd say maybe, but not right now. Those spots just don't weigh enough.
They don't. They don't weigh enough because we're on the Tennessee River. I mean, we hope for Brock Mosley's sake that some of those do get a little bigger for him. But when you're on the Tennessee River, you know you're going to have to catch fish like Brandon Lester, 19 pounds, 10 ounces, only about not even halfway through his fishing day. Jason Christie, 17 pound, 8 ounces. Cody Huff and a lot more coming back. We'll be back on Tennessee River, Pickwick Lake in just a few minutes.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Hey everyone, Bill Lowen here. Last day of practice at Lake Pickwick.
Look at the size of that one! Oh my God!
And I'm not gonna do anything out of the ordinary. You know, I'm gonna throw my Lure Parts Online jig, same jig I caught him on last time we were here when I won. It's my Signature Series Lure Parts Online jig and that black blue flash. I'm gonna alternate that between black and blue and green pumpkin. Getting a lot of bites on a Strike King Rage Bug. But honestly, guys, I'm just junk fishing, fishing whatever's in front of me. You know, I'm trying to concentrate on the back of the pockets, but I'm trying to concentrate on the channel swings in the deeper water. Any kind of cover that's setting by that deep water, whether that be a stump, a laydown, water willow, a dock, anything that may have a little bit of deeper water left on it in the back of those pockets, that's what I'm concentrating on. And like I said, it's a different time of the year. I'm gonna go play my game, so stay tuned with us and let's see what happens.
Definitely a different time of year, but we all remember Bill Lowen getting his first win here. Everybody's a fan of Bill Lowen. He's been fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail for a very long time, and it was a pleasure for, I think, everyone watching last year to see him catch that 8-pound fish that put him over top. I think it was 8 pounds, 5 ounces.
This tree right here should have one in it.
Actually roomed with Denny Brower, and Denny told him go catch a big one the last day on a black blue jig and win, and that's exactly what he did.
In here. You gonna stretch? I think he's gonna make it.
I believe he called a shot there a little too easy, didn't he?
Yeah.
I got me a brown one.
Flipping up a smallmouth.
So has
He's
it
lost. Hey, guess what? It's a bite.
Has it surprised you how many smallmouth we've seen caught so far here today?
No, not really. There's a really big population of smallmouth here. It's just certain times of year they shine over others.
Yeah, when we've been
Like
here
the
in
absolute
February,
worst
March, April, there's
possible
always
way the wind could be
a
blowing,
player.
you know?
But really surprising me, you know, for it to be June. And
Yeah.
We have smallmouth now out in the giant
And then if
schools
there-
offshore.
whatever
we have
was
them
there,
up on bluff walls and
it's
Pea
now
Gravel
stalled
points right
out,
now.
you know?
So I think we'll see a lot of good smallmouth get caught. I don't think someone's necessarily going to be targeting one, just kind of like what Bill Lowen just did. He just stumbled upon one.
Yeah.
And it really seems those smallmouth have excelled in some of the new forage we have here is those smaller Asian carp. Those smaller carp don't really relate to anything, and those smallmouth kind of get out there with them, able to run them down and kind of have a food source on
There
their own.
wasn't very many down here where I'm fishing.
That's interesting.
Taking a gamble. I hate to pass them because I'm going to work my way all the way back now.
Not the effect that gobies have had on the Great Lakes, but a positive effect in its own way here.
Yeah.
Huh. We need something to eat them, don't we?
Yeah,
Those
we do.
Asian carp.
Yeah.
Smallmouth would be great. So, John, you fished obviously the highest levels, barely missing the elites last year, but through college and doing very well on the opens. Bill Lowen's got a style of his own. I did see him this morning offshore, and I'm like, oh, Lord, Bill, don't do that very long. Because he cashes checks like 3/4 of the time, which is great, a great percentage. Do you try to be more versatile and fish shallow, deep, and everything in between, or just stick to one, shallow or deep?
Yeah, usually I try to be versatile. I'll go shallow if I'm on a shallow fishery, or deep if I'm somewhere, like this. Bill does so good. He sticks that flipping rod in his hand. He goes to work no matter where he's at, and he has his style of fishing. And I think that more so we're losing that as the younger generations coming up, because
roaming around.
We have so many people that are trying to do everything, and there's a lot of people that's good at everything. But Bill is just really good at what he does.
Those big ones to bite. Yeah, it's like I have to
Speaking of good
catch
at everything,
one
Brandon
on a bait,
Pollanick.
switch it up, catch one more, switch it up. Like it's hard to get them going where you just keep catching them on the same thing. But I think the current has definitely helped push some of these bigger ones and position them, get them where they're willing to bite. Those kind of look like they're set up like spoon eaters. Let's see.
That fish that Brandon caught a few minutes ago, 4.5 pounder, moved him up quite a bit all the way.
Current sweeps
to
it away.
19th place.
I'm behind him now.
So you hear Brandon talking often about not only forward facing, but 360 and all the different side imaging, down imaging. It's amazing that all the tools that we have now, and it seems to make the fishing, I hate to say easier, but better for a little while. But now it's almost like if you don't have that, you certainly can't trick these fish.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, that equipment is helping almost anybody that has some to find those fish offshore. So it's making more people know where those fish live. And when they get in those areas, even if the fish move a little bit, they're able to still just throw right on top of them consistently.
Yeah. Justin Atkins, very slow start this morning, but we were all thinking it's just a matter of time. Currently in 22nd place.
And Justin knows what he needs to catch this tournament, and he's not going to be out on one of those really big schools of fish where it's easy to catch a 2.5 pounder. I'm sure he's fishing for a little better quality fish than what a lot of people are fishing for right now.
So do you think the pressure has made the bigger fish kind of become loners, not school up together as much as they did?
I would say more of a wolf pack deal, a smaller school of fish, and they don't really sit where you would think they would sit for a long period of time. They'll be, looks like he missed another.
Gosh, I think he broke off.
Sure did.
Just retied too.
Yeah, but those days of sitting in one spot, catching 100 fish, and most of them being good fish, they're behind us now. And those bigger fish are smart enough. They're not going to sit in one place all day and let a big worm or a jig hit it in the head. So they move on and off these places as they feed throughout the day.
So I got a question for you, and I'll tell you my answer to the question before I give you the question.
All right.
I know the reason I didn't break off a lot of my career is because I use rope, not a lot of light line. But I see people break off, and I'm like, multiple times a day, some anglers, and is it they're using 4 and 6 pound test line more than I ever dreamed of, or?
Yeah, I think that we are trying to go down and pound test line to hopefully compensate in more bites throughout the day.
Yeah.
So I think that's why we're seeing a lot of fish get broke off.
Yeah. I agree. And here's something, and I'm sure Justin has got the right setup, but just for conversation, because you talk to anglers, at a local level. When you downsize line, you have to downsize the equipment. The rod, the reel, the line, they all have to match. You don't throw 8-pound tests on a heavy flipping stick with a bait caster. It just, and vice versa. You don't need 30-pound fluorocarbon on a spinning reel either.
Yep, exactly.
Just have to be sure and the hook size also. Yep. All four of those things, rod, reel, line, and hook size, they all have to be similar.
Yeah, and when we downsize, sometimes what we might be seeing here is it's hard not to jerk on them. When they're way out there, it's hard to tell yourself that.
It's hard to tell yourself that always. And my son that I fished with, his whole life, and now he doesn't get to go. He's in the military, doesn't get to go as much as he would like. And I cannot, you cannot jerk that hard. But, even when he downsizes his line, but he cannot help it. I mean, it's just, it's tournament day, and you want to set the hook. It's hard not to, especially the extra pressure here for Justin being on his home water. We put pressure on ourselves when it's not necessary, but as an angler, I know when I was fishing either my home water or even my home state, anywhere close to where my family and friends would be there, you just put a lot of extra pressure on yourself to do well for your family and your fans.
Yep, and what Justin's doing, he's fishing specific spots, and the anticipation of when you throw your bait into a good spot, you get worked up, you're expecting a bite. And sometimes it's better if that fish surprises you when he eats it. You're not all worked up when he bites.
So you think he's fishing isolated stumps and brush, that sort of thing, or hard bottom?
I'm thinking he's fishing just small specific areas. Might be a little shell bed with a stump on it, or a smaller group of fish, something like that, or maybe even a small deep patch of eelgrass even.
How much eelgrass is here on the lake right now?
It's not as much as what it usually is. There's a fair amount. It's not real tall, but we have some growing in that 6 to 12 foot range, and it grows up about 2 foot tall. It's real patchy. There's not a whole lot of just 100-yard stretches of it.
Yeah, he. To your point, I was looking at Justin there. You saw him swing his boat, looking for one specific target before he made a cast there. Hooked up now. Oh my goodness.
That was a good splash out there.
It really was. I didn't see the fish, but I saw the splash. So he missed one, broke one off, and then that fish jumped off. Probably because he didn't set the hook as hard as he did last time, because he was cautious about. Things just start compounding. And
pressure builds and builds on it.
It does.
At least he's starting to get a few bites, though.
Exactly.
I know I don't make him feel any better right now, but.
We're all frustrated when we lose a fish, there's no doubt. So we got 91 anglers here fishing, and Justin Atkins, one of the favorites, no doubt about it. A local that everyone knows is a great fisherman. The cool thing about the 91 anglers right here, right now, as you can see, they are spread out from the Wilson Dam to the Pickwick Dam and everywhere in between. See Gerald Swindle there, had a great tournament at Lake Fork just 2 weeks ago. Great tournament, but Brandon Lester, who really caught him early I'd say this morning, and I think kind of backed off of him. Jacob Fowles, no surprise seeing him up there in second place. Got a lot more fishing coming back at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake Be right back in just a minute.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Glad to have you back here at Pickwick Lake. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Brandon Lester with 19 pounds, 10 ounces. About midway through the day, Jacob Fouts, Taku Ito moved up ahead of Jason Christie. Cody Huff, who we talked about a little bit in break. I've got John Garrett with me here today, 2016 college champion, 2017 Bassmaster Classic qualifier, and fishing the Opens right now, and I'm sure we'll be fishing the Bassmaster Elites here real shortly. A lot of experience here, John. I know you have that. I really appreciate you joining us, and you know a lot of these anglers personally, especially Justin Atkins, who's a local favorite here. Saw Justin miss a fish, break a fish off, lose a fish earlier. He's due to put a big one in the boat.
Please stay on.
Definitely the size you mentioned earlier, John, that he's not fishing for those.
It was a lot bigger than this one.
Bigger groups of fish that tend to be smaller.
Yeah, like I said earlier, he's trying to get maybe not as many bites, but definitely more of a quality bite. That's a hard thing to do this time of year when you have big schools of fish offshore and smaller groups, you know, elsewhere. It's hard to decipher on where you think those big bites are going to come from.
That and what we saw, and like you mentioned, the positive here is that he's getting bites. But when you're fishing for less bites, number of bites, and you break a fish off, you lose a fish, it starts to mess with you. If you're on a big school of fish, you miss one, you say, okay, there's 20 more down there. But it can really wear on you. But he's doing a good job. 23rd place.
There he is.
Don't give that trophy out until Sunday. You don't have to expect to get that trophy on Thursday. Another fish here. Tell us what you think he's throwing at there. We talked a little bit about eelgrass, stumps, brush piles. What do you think?
It's hard to say right now, but I'm going to assume he's fishing a little shallower than the most. You know, I'm saying he's probably less than 15 foot. He's probably fishing some hard shell and maybe a little short grass mixed in. You know, probably close to deep water, but he's not out there as deep as a lot of people are, I would say. He has enough experience on this place where I don't think he's going to spend a lot of time where a lot of people are going to be fishing. He's going to be fishing for a little less educated fish than the most are.
So Zona and I talked about this earlier today. Electronics in general have come a long, long way, but the mapping has really changed the game. And as a local angler on the lakes that I grew up fishing, Lake Murray, Clark Hill Lakes, Santee Cooper, those first maps that came out didn't have the detail, and you had places where they weren't really just, I guess, accurate.
Yep.
But now the mapping said the Lake Master and the others like it. They don't leave a thing. They don't leave a stone unturned.
There's very few places, especially on this lake, that are not mapped correctly. And you know, Justin, he might be getting another one right here.
Oh boy.
No, it ain't, but it's another good one. Let's see here. We had a lot of water between me and him.
So we see he's caught a number of fish here, but really hasn't helped him very much. So, but it helps his confidence after losing those fish and having that one fish break him off. It gets you mentally back in the game and more on a positive note.
Yeah, he's helping himself little by little.
Yep, that fish does help him a little bit. So we're going to move down the lake a little bit to see Brandon Pollanick and Bill Lowen.
That's what's great about this lake. There's fish from one end to the other, and you can see how spread out everybody is.
So is that Bear Creek that Bill Lowen is in?
That is, that's correct.
Same area. I'm just trying to get
a lot of fish through the years in that area.
Slide up a little bit. Kind of shut down. We never had like a flurry where it was just like bam, 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 bam.
Oh.
Wow.
That feels like a decent one.
Sign of a great fishery when you see one angler setting the hook under a boat dock and the other one clearly offshore on the main river.
Quit that.
We've seen Brandon catch a lot of fish today, but he's only got a little shy of 14 pounds.
Looks bigger when he's out there slashing around. I don't think he's gonna help. $2.20. I don't think he's a 2 1/4. No, he's not far off. Guess what he is? $2.20.
Gonna help him just a very, very little bit.
Here. I'll catch you in a second. It's been such a while since I used this, I don't even know where it was.
So Brandon Pollanick, because he's Brandon Pollanick, he always seems to be catching them, but even better than that, because he's leading Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Let's take a look. Last event, Lake Fork, Brandon Pollanick. We had a good event there.
That's a big one.
Fishing not far from takeoff.
Oh, the boat's over.
See the dam there just below takeoff.
Oh, she just jumped under the boat. I don't know how big it is. Oh, it's a big one.
Started the tournament and basically caught most of his fish right here in this one area. Milked it for everything it was worth. You know, second place finish. To be able to come that close to Lee Livesey, who knows that lake like the back of his hand. And Lee, I think, gave Brandon the ultimate compliment the last morning before takeoff. He said, "There's nobody else I'd rather beat than Brandon Pollanick right here." And he didn't mean that in a negative way. That was a compliment of what a great offshore fisherman Brandon Pollanick is. And, when you win at the highest level, you want the best to be there, so you know that you certainly earned it. One thing about Brandon, he's really in the last last few years, he's a threat anywhere we go offshore. Not just smallmouth like we thought many years ago, but certainly with largemouth also.
That's how you know you got the right
incredible
color.
what he does offshore. I mean, he goes somewhere, say Santee Cooper, and catches them off the bank when he really not supposed to catch them off the bank there.
And uses all kind of baits. I remember at Santee Cooper, he caught them on a lipless, and here you see him catch them on a DT20, just all different baits. But what we love, I appreciate you being here with us. Appreciate you being here, John Garrett, 2016 National Championship, a great fisherman. And we appreciate your insight here. You know so much about the Tennessee River. We really appreciate you being here with us and giving us your insight.
Yeah, appreciate you being here today, on Bass Live, and it's great to see how these guys are fishing. We're going to have a great tournament shake out this week.
Yeah, it's going to be a great tournament, and a few clouds rolling in, and it looks like we're going to have some current going, what everyone has been expected for this afternoon, and the fishing should get better. You and I both agree that 10th place is a lower weight than what we thought it would be today, but a lot more fishing to go. But we've got some guys that we expected to catch them. Brandon Lesser, Jacob Fouts, Taku Ito in third place, 17 pounds. We enjoyed it. Appreciate you, John Garrett. A lot more fishing to go with the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Let's kick it on into the final 3 hours of fishing here on day one of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Pickwick Lake. There's your unofficial leaderboard right now on Brandon Lester on there with almost 20 pounds, gotten much earlier today. Jacob Fouts, who took his schooling and now does his living on the banks of the Tennessee River. Takumi Ito made a big run up the leaderboard. In the last couple of hours, Jason Christie, our reigning world champion, and Cody Huff, like Jacob Fouts, went to college on the banks of the Tennessee River, so a lot of experience in situations like this. Great to have you with us. Again, we got 3 more hours of Bassmaster Live coming your way from right here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. And Ronnie and Such, of course, are here. And Ronnie, this is the first hour that Brandon Lester put that almost 20-pound limit up, and he retired, I guess.
It's basically like he's protecting his lead, you know what I'm saying? He knows that 19 pounds is probably going to be a very good tournament weight for him on day one, and so obviously he's going to now just go and explore some other areas, kind of like we saw Lee Livesey do last week at Lake Fork, kind of showing himself in some areas, saying, hey, I'm going to fish these ledges at some point.
He's been moving around. And guess where else he's moved? He passed 3 other guys. He's in 2nd place in the Angler of the Year.
That's right.
Pollinick was about 65 ahead of him. He's cut it to, he's at 20 spots ahead of Pollinick, so he's cut it to 40. So if it ends up like that, the other guys, Pollinick will actually be pulling away.
All right, and Mark Zona, from what we understand, from John Garrett, and thanks to John Garrett for filling in with Davey Height there, a pro angler with a lot of local knowledge there, and he provided us with an important tidbit that he said it's 1 o'clock is when we get the current started. We get some movement in that water there, so that's something to look forward to. 1 o'clock local time.
Absolutely, and if you really look at this morning with Brandon Lester to come right out of the can, the way he did in this event, and then lay off of it a little bit on the exact opposite side of that spectrum. I was watching that entire 1 hour session with Davey and Garrett. And if you really watched what happened and what really transpired with Justin Atkins, man, it was a case of what could have been. He broke one off. He lost one that he said that might have been over 6 pounds, but yet some way, shape, or form, Tommy, he finds himself still in the mix here on day number 1 for the damage that he did. Really, the last 2 hours, going to be an interesting day in his boat. As slow as his morning was, he's back in the mix in the top 10. And the other thing about, and Davey nailed this, he is fishing away from everybody else on the playing field right now.
That we'll be in the boat with him for the next 3 hours, that is for sure. But right now, let's launch into our Yamaha midday report. If you're joining up with us as of now on a Bassmaster Live, we'll show you what was going on. We start with the rookie out there there's Joseph Webster. And he got a couple of really good fish to get his day started, and then has been pretty steady. Get in here.
And what's really been surprising with Joseph Webster, the quality was there early, and you thought, gosh, he's headed to 18 pounds in the first 90 minutes of day number 1, and it really kind of just fizzled out. Now, that being said, 3 solid ones in his life well, and Joseph Webster, a lot of knowledge on this body of water, said the last 2 hours will be critical.
Again, a lot of local knowledge. Counts this as his home lake, this and Smith Lake in Alabama. Of course, got himself a top 5 in the Open tournament here last year. So big expectations for him, always big expectations for this guy, Brandon Pollanick.
Is that a small
Brandon Pollanick fishing around a big crowd today. And basically the one thing that you could say we're going to be able to see throughout this entire tournament, which almost every TVA tournament we have, this happens on an offshore bite. You're going to see little adjustments, little bait adjustments with timing and all of these little community holes. Got to see that with Brandon Pollanick all day long so far today.
Look how skinny. You're sounding a lot bigger, Chet.
That's exactly right. Yamaha midday report.
Yeah, it's coming at you.
Pollanick. And one thing that was really cool was watching some bait adjustments. Got to see him Fishing a swim bait with the Tokyo rig. I believe that was the catch that we got to see with Davey.
Fishing out there next to Chad Pipkins. Of course, those two guys just yards apart, and Chad Pipkins, well, Brandon got to see every fish he caught, that's for sure, and we pretty much did.
Yes, we did. Chad Pipkins right here getting to work. And the interesting thing with Pipkins and Pollanick, said this morning, a lot of that area was reloaded with smallmouth instead of bigger than average size largemouth that they found in practice. Got to see these two trading blows, getting along all day too, Tommy. Just having a time out there.
Get along famously, as they say. Chad Pipkins certainly a big part of the top of the leaderboard for the first 3 days, especially last year, a little more than a year ago on Pickwick.
He bent behind him. He's got 4 fish for over 11 pounds. Same group.
Well, there's a man to definitely keep your eye on the rest of the day. It was painfully slow for Justin Atkins this morning, but he has definitely salvaged that, which would be the theme. A lot of these anglers calling for that water to be running from midday on. That was bite number 1, big spawned out female. Really nice 1 hour flurry from Atkins. Kind of been living with looks like about a 8 to 10 inch plastic worm. And the only bummer for Atkins was that fish that he broke off and the one that he jumped off. Nice solid limit at his live well right now, unofficially in the top 10.
Justin Atkins, also a local here, lives in Alabama, basically on the shores of the Tennessee River and Lake Pickwick.
You can see how it really happens in just an hour time period. We go offline for about an hour or so and we get to watch him go to work, and really how a little bit of rotation of some spots and some baits. And even though he had misfortune, it's looking much more up than it was earlier today.
Taking a look at Carl Jacobson from, I believe that was Joseph Webster's boat early today. Getting a lot of work done with the Miko rig. And it's interesting, this spot right here, Joseph Webster called it out to Carl and said, man, this is a winning area. If you can put what lives here in the boat, this is a winning area. It was definitely that for Carl the first 60 minutes. Most of his work done with a spinning rod, and like a lot of other anglers, just hit a little bit of a stall since then.
And Buddy Gross, one of the favorites coming in here. Buddy, also a big part of last year's conversation for the top spot until we got until the final days there.
That's one, baby.
Buddy, if they win
yeah,
already,
listening to a lot of what Davey and John Garrett were saying about Buddy Gross, similar to Justin Atkins. They just kind of find those smaller areas away from those. A lot of wolf pack of boats. We've seen Buddy Gross today, Justin Atkins, definitely away from the wet rest of the field.
Buddy used that strategy earlier this year at the Harris chain, and it worked out pretty good. Kind of staying on the edges of where it was happening and really getting some big time work done.
I've never seen fish hit something.
Well, the biggest turnaround today, as we've mentioned already a couple of times, belongs to Justin Atkins. And very interestingly, as you pointed out, Z, he's being left alone for the most part, which is a luxury out here.
Yeah, that's not what we've seen so far today throughout our broadcast. Looks like he is fishing a little bit shallower than the rest of the competition that we've been in the boat with so far.
Not far away from him is Keith Combs. Just landed a 4-pounder. He's up to 16.5. 1 ounce back of Atkins in 9th place.
There he is, though.
Gosh, and you know, we basically opened Bassmaster Live today talking about how bad Justin Atkins needs to have a top finish this week and the rest of the season to save his Elite Series career. He's accomplished so much already in his young career, and a great angler to cover. But you could tell listening to him last night, he He made the comment. He goes, no, I need it really, really bad this week. That one not going to help him.
And Z, to kind of be, I guess, specific about it, he needs about the equivalent of 4 victories or 4 top 5s if the line comes down, and we kind of starts to get a little bit more solidified as we get through half the season on what guys need and how the rest of the crew is going to shake out for the Elite Series. But he's hooked up again, and if he can get a top 10 this week, it's still alive for sure.
He's got St. Lawrence coming up next,
yeah,
where he had a fantastic tournament last year.
He's done really well in the Mississippi River in the past as well. Oahe will be a wild card for a lot of guys because probably about 25 to 30 anglers or so at Lake Oahe who have ever been there.
TH Marine Weather Watch, you can see right there, it's gotten up to about 84 degrees. Probably not going to get a whole lot higher than that today.
Hey, Tommy.
63, yes, sir.
Was it dead flat calm the entire time we were on Bassmaster Live this morning?
There was a 30-minute period where there was a tiny ripple on the water, and I said, okay, we don't get current. This is all we're getting, you know. You take your ripple and like it, or else. Back out to Brandon Pollanick.
Another thing is you get out to Pollinick, we have the luxury of seeing our field, where they're at, just general vicinity of where they're fishing. It is incredible how many boats are in Bay Springs right now.
That's way out there. Of course, when there's a boat driving by. Samsonite.
Smallmouth for Brandon Pollanick.
Samsonite. I got more smallmouth today. I never caught one in practice. Oh. I know. Needs to be one of them 5 or 6 pound smallmouth.
Got to be better than 2.
He slowed down a little bit. Got us a smallmouth bite. I don't know if he's gonna help at all. Yeah, a little bit. He will call a little bit.
Ooh.
Checking in on Brock Mosley. Haven't checked in on him for a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm one of those anglers that made that run. I think we've got 6 or 7 boats down there right now. Notice a lot cleaner water. Heard John Garrett talk about it. Solid largemouth in here. Did John Garrett feel that there would be a threat to win out of here? No, he said absolutely not. No.
Good one. Good one. Stay down. All right, ain't that good. He's better than I thought. Better not. Largemouth. Golly, you've been hanging around the spots too long, bud. There is a spot. Don't it? It's a largemouth.
Smallest is a 1.5 pounder.
Two and a quarter. Get rid of that very first one.
That's about as big as they've been today for Brock Mosley. He hasn't had any good solid ones show up yet. There's plenty of time left. I've got plenty of time left in Bassmaster Live, too, with expectations of bigger things to come. But right now, let's go for some striker daily trivia. Where does the Tennessee rank among states in number of lakes? Where does the state of Tennessee, I'm assuming that's what it means, rank among the states? With
Yes,
more
sir.
than 3,200 surface acres. How many lakes with over 3,200 acres? Is it first among the United States with that number? Second? No, it's tied for fourth, third, or sixth. It's kind of a wild, all over the place daily trivia. But I like it.
The
But I
big
like it.
lakes. What states have the most big lakes,
Yeah.
basically?
We're going to get you the answer here when we come back.
I'm not even sure what the question is.
Mull it over and we'll
See
be
if you
right
can
back.
figure it out. We'll be right back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Here we go. A little less than 3 hours fishing time left in the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Pickwick Lake. We're going to take a look at this Striker Daily Trivia question again. I'm telling you guys, I'm having a bad day talking.
No, I added an extra word in there.
Well,
Tommy.
okay,
The
okay.
doesn't go.
Let's go through it again.
Tennessee.
Where does Tennessee, not that Tennessee, rank among states in number of lakes with more than 32,000
Big
surface
lake
acres?
states is
Is it the
basically-
number one state? Is it the third state? Is it tied for fourth, or is it the sixth state? Mark Zona, I know you've thought about this, laid awake nights thinking
Yeah.
about this, so tell me
I'll
what
tell
you
you where
find.
this ranks as far as questions. I'm gonna go with C, tied for fourth.
Okay, I'll go with first.
I think it's C, tied for fourth.
All right.
You guys are correct. Texas has 9. Minnesota 8 big lakes over 50 square miles. New York 7. Tennessee and Alaska both have 6. Kentucky, Lake, Barkley, Pickwick, Wattsbar, Chickamauga, Norris.
Is Dale Hollow not 32,000?
Apparently not. I don't know.
We might.
I have to look it up.
We might move into
All
third.
right, let's get out to Brock Mosley. Sorry, I'm having a tough day talking, which is unfortunately because that's
We-
all I
we
do.
all Tommy, I'll be honest with you. When they were not generating current, we were all struggling this morning.
It looked so depressing.
It was random. It was just random.
Yeah.
Random. Things are
this guy's
popping now.
Oh,
down
yeah.
Everything's
Bay
getting
Springs.
better.
Bay Springs.
Brock Mosley live.
Brian Schmidt, who is stuck in one spot all day, 18-8, second place.
Good one. Good one. Good one. Stay hooked up. Good one. I mean, a big one. First. He ain't. Yes. He ain't no giant. He's a giant to me right now. Big old fat one. Big old fat fish. Beautiful spot. Man, I love catching spotted bass. Now we got
It's a gorgeous spotted bass right there out of Bay Springs. And,
bites down here than
got-
Pickwick. Since Pickwick's
got to hear
fishing
John
season,
Garrett give his feelings that it couldn't be one out of
But,
here, but
you know, you don't get many big bites like you do on Pickwick. We actually used to fish team qualifying tournaments at Ole Miss on this lake. It's full of spotted bass, man, and it's got some big largemouth in it. They're just few and far between. I mean, it's not uncommon to see a 4-pound smallmouth. I mean, spotted bass, but
I think I've done about all I can do down here. Thinking about running back and fishing on the ledges the rest of the day, try to get a couple of good ones. It's hot, it's still, it's humid. Is it time to go up north yet? I don't know if I can do too many of these summertime tournaments. I'm fishing all these places, and there's fish on all of them. Like, I'm seeing a lot of fish on live scope, but for some reason they don't. I mean, you know, they ain't biting great, but like I said, kind of done what I intended to do down here. Now I got a decision to make. Do I want to stay and try to cull up by ounces, or go back and try to cull up by pound? You know, so what I need is a 4-pounder. So I got a decision to make pretty soon. I was, you know, there's a group here. They fish every Sunday night. They fish from like 2 to dark. And they got a Facebook page, and it's got all the results on it. A month or so ago, which I'm sure the fish was on the bed, you would expect, because this is a phenomenal bed fishing lake because the water's so clear. But there was a 10-pounder weighed in out of this lake. But usually every Sunday in their tournaments, it takes 9 to 14 pounds on 3 fish to win.
Mosley catching good spot there, but now he's in a bold move. He's thinking about bailing, going back to the main lane.
Well, wait, seemed like he was either talking himself into leaving or staying right there.
Yeah, the last little statement there, he wanted to stay because
a little bit of both.
Why not?
Back to Justin Atkins, man, the turnaround guy for today, for sure.
Absolutely. It's been a big afternoon so far for Justin Atkins, and a critical one.
That's a big, I think. Maybe not. Yep.
Got to be a good feeling, Tom. He's sitting in the top 10 right now. He doesn't know that. He's having a good day, though. His dad's out in a boat with some buddies watching him. I mean, he's at his home lake. Sometimes you just need that home cooking to get out of a little bit of a rut. And today on day one, by far his best day of the season. Good one for Justin Atkins. And Tommy, there have been a couple big moves up the leaderboard. We got some guys outside the cut line for the Classic making some moves. And this morning, Jacob Fout's one of those guys, one of the college anglers that we had our eyes on because of his experience here. How many times the College Series has been here? 19 pounds this morning. Not only moving up in this tournament in contention, but an Angler of the Year and Rookie of the Year. Just outside the 42-man Classic field. Currently moved up into 29th unofficially right now. And also, as of a few minutes ago, I don't know what changes might have happened, he has moved from 3rd to tied Jay Shakurit for the Rookie of the Year lead as of just a few minutes ago. Jacob Fouts, second place right now, 19 pounds and change. All unofficial, unlike last week where they were all weighed and I guess made official on the boat. So Jacob Fouts is our early move in the Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, and Pickwick. And Justin Atkins is looking to maybe take over that as he's hooked up again.
I think Jacob Fouts is leading the Rookie of the Year right now. Some other guys have passed Jay Shakira.
Just like I told you, not Joseph Webster, Jacob Fouts.
Exactly.
It's Tyler Morgan Lee Dolan, I think. His mama said she couldn't decide between Morgan and Lee for a middle name, so she just gave him both. I freaking love it. He's a good dude. He's a good buddy of mine. It's him and another friend of mine, Trey Mitchell. Trey's daddy actually lives right over here. So,
Good to be in the hometown.
that's it.
And old Phil Atkins.
Fouts being in second place is on the far right, 27th in AOY. Shakira is 50-something, and he's 29th in AOY, so that would mean he is taking over. It's still early.
But now we have a race.
That's right.
What was once an 80-point runaway, it's now a race.
I think you're going to see some big shifts today, not only in, I think, probably the biggest shifts of the season so far in Angler of the Year and Rookie of the Year.
Look at the top 10 right now. Brian Schmidt, Austin Felix, Justin Atkins, Keith Combs, all of those anglers below 65th in Angler of the Year and are now all jumping up, getting a lot closer to the places that we expect. And to be honest, I'm going to have to say it like I did last year. Brian Schmidt, right there in the same boat with Justin Atkins. A little bit better off, but he is still somebody that just, at the second half of each season, is saving himself, but he needs to get off to a better start for his points race for the year.
Yeah, and looking at Rookie of the Year, Shakira was second to Matty Wong after the first event, but he's led after a Harris chain.
Big time. I think he might have been the only one who made the cut at Harris Chain, I think. So he gained a huge lead in that one.
He was 16th and then
climbed
to 9th, 11th, fell a little bit last event to 24th.
Yeah.
In overall AOY, but he still has maintained Falcon Rod's Rookie of the Year lead.
And Z, for people who might be listening online and watching at home, wondering why we're harping on some of these guys and building them up as surprises for possibly getting cut or guys who just need to catch them a little better than what we expect. We are now seeing for the cuts each year, the 10 or so, 12 or so anglers that get cut from the Elite Series. I mean, from this year going forward, everyone, there's going to be someone cut that has a major tour victory somewhere along the line in their career, like someone who has done very well, and they're going to be stuck.
Certainly not making the elites any easier, the influx of new folks coming in.
Justin, take a note of the a few showers, a few random showers bouncing around the area there. Expected that for the afternoon time here today.
So I think I kind of gathered that real quick, Ron, that you were talking that a lot of the guys that are in danger have a victory under their belt is what you were saying.
Yeah, and going forward, like we've never seen, no offense to everyone who's been cut in the past from the elites, but not many of them have been decorated. From this season going forward, we are eliminating a lot of non-decorated anglers, and someone's going to get shipped out that has made $1 million in their career, won some events, or whatever.
Yeah, there's going to be a few in the next year or two that is like, wow, I can't believe that.
Which allows some of these fish to set up on some of these shallow places and get grouped up. So we're just kind of easing around and picking them off. There wasn't any here in practice, but it's just a good spot. I mean, we catch a lot of fish here, and so I wanted to check it again today, and we came by it earlier before we went to that other place, and I could see them out there. I knew they were grouped up. And so far, we don't have a lot of company. I'm a little concerned about maybe some weekend company if we make it that far, but right now, it's looking pretty good to get our holes and be able to kind of rotate through them. So, you know, other than losing that big one, I really couldn't script today to go any better than it has so far. I got one more in there I really want to get rid of. I think that'll get us to 20 if I can get rid of him, and with another good one, obviously, but 20 would be a great start to the tournament for sure. Because these things are not a sprint, they're definitely a marathon. You know, I mean, I expect somebody to catch low 20s today. I don't think anybody will catch 25, but I won't be a bit surprised if they do. But the key is just to be consistent, so maybe we can just keep poking around, get us one more big one, not get struck by lightning, and make it back and have a good day.
It is all good right now for Justin Atkins. You could tell he has got in the ballpark target weight of what he needed today. And we've never done this, Tommy. Usually the Mercury Dare to Compare is where we kind of compare and contrast two anglers.
Yeah.
We're actually going to do that, Tommy. Get ready for this. It was my idea, just for lack of any better ideas than this. We're going to dare to compare Justin Atkins with himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
What we're doing.
I like it. Yeah.
If you looked at the first 3.5 hours in Justin Atkins' boat, he had one bass when we were going to break about 2.5 hours ago. And while we were at break, went on a flurry, big time flurry, basically using one bait. And the really spooky thing is, what you got to hear him say is, I've been able to go through my rotation without any company. The Mercury Dare to Compare is Justin Atkins with you, Justin Atkins. Your morning, not so much. Your afternoon, sparkling, dazzling. Mercury Dare to Compare, Tommy.
That is a devious dare to compare, and I like it. I must say that is fantastic.
Other than his 4 days at the St. Lawrence River last year, this is his 5th best Elite Series day we've seen from him. So dare to compare with whatever days you want to do, Z.
Good
Atkins
stuff.
is on
Love
fire.
to see it.
Yep.
Love it.
Love it.
Brandon Lester still on top, finished his work in the first hour of fishing today. Fouts, Schmidt, Ito, and Christie rounding out our top 5. Plenty more to come from Pickwick.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerpole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Hey everyone, Brandon Pollinick here. We just finished up practice. I actually did my tackle while I was out there idling, respooling rods, idling ledges. And that's kind of the name of the game this week. There is a little bit of a shallow bite, but really odds are it's gonna get one offshore at Pickwick. And so I've got a bunch of different rods rigged up for a bunch of different situations, kind of depending on the depth and the school. So I've got the exact same Rapala DT16 that I had tied on at Fork when we finished second. Got that in big a little bit of play, but these schools seem to, like, if you catch a couple, they'll kind of break up and then you got to let them get grouped back up. I mean, they're smart. It's not their first rodeo here at Pickwick offshore. So switching things up a little bit, and then, like, as I kind of slow things down, I go with this X-Zone Mega Swammer in Tennessee shad. And a little trick here, I actually throw this on a Tokyo rig with a 3/4 ounce weight. So it gives it a ton of action, and having that weight lower on your swim bait allows it to stay deeper. So you can wind it super slow, speed it up, and it's gonna stay down there on the bottom. And then when the schools really slow down, and this will get some play, is going to be a drop shot. You know, drop shot, Nico rig, throwing the X zone, muscle back, fat finesse worm, and southern sip. I mean, and it's not easy, but they're out there to be caught. We're going to go get some rest and get after it tomorrow.
Brandon Pollanick out there getting after it today. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Take a look at our official leaderboard. Brandon Lester on top there. Jacob Fouts, the rookie. Brian Schmitz having his best tournament so far this year. Talking to Ito, Jason Christie. He's had a lot of good tournaments this year. A couple in particular I can think of that he won. And what you heard Davey talk, Z, about looking at people's boats this morning. Well, backing up what Brandon said, as many rods, as many different selections as you could pack onto a deck of a boat.
Exactly right, Tommy. And I'll tell you, looking back on that Mercury Dare to Compare, we're going to get on the water right now with Bill Lowen. Find this interesting, Tommy. I had recommended to little Mikey Breedlove that we did a Mercury Dare to Compare Ronnie's fantasy team the whole season,
it's just a
and
totally different
his fantasy team today
animal than it was
because he's making
last year
big
when we were
moves.
here. It was high and it was flooded and there was a tremendous amount of current.
To compare for sure.
As you can see right now, I'm out on the main river fishing wood. And yesterday when they ran current, it was easy to get a bite. There is like zero current today, and I cannot get a bite. It has been a struggle, but it's just totally different. I'd love to see it high and muddy and flooded, but that ain't what we got this time. This tree right here over my shoulder yesterday, I don't know how many bites I could have had out of it. So I'm kind of looking forward to getting up there to it, but without any current, man, it is definitely making it tough, especially on me.
Hearing Bill Lowen talk about that. And what's really interesting to watch Bill Lowen, Tommy, he fishes a lot of the same kind of stuff. He fishes a lot of water this time of year, fish funneling through, a lot of post-spawn fish on channel swings. It's a lot of the same water he fishes in pre-spawn before they, go to the bank to lock on. He said without that current, it is just like the offshore gig. If it's not moving, he is not getting bit.
That didn't look good. Oh yeah, looked like it hit the water up there.
Bill Lowen referring to last year, and of course, if you weren't with us this morning, we set that up for you last year. These guys showed up for practice. After practice, the deluge came. The tournament postponed for 2 days, so after 5 days, they get back out on a lake that had nothing to do with their practice session, which is not unheard of here and there, but it was an extreme case last year.
Right.
We're gonna make a little move. There they are, they just moved over here. These fish are just kind of pushing around right now. You catch a few and then it moves them and catch a few more. So I'm gonna leave them for a minute and then start my rotation headed back. I got 1 or 2 more places right up here I wanna try to fish. I'm gonna try not to get me and Seth struck by lightning.
Yeah, Z, that 9 o'clock time period from when it went from 27,000 for the flow generation to 58 to 62 now. It's been 60 the last 3 hours. It has made a world of difference for some of these guys and the overall catch numbers too. Tomorrow I'll be able to break it down once we have all the data from today to show those catch windows and to show how crucial the current is.
Fish. Oh, come on. Yeah, but he ain't much. Look at that. All you gotta do is change colors to get a bite, huh? That was like the first pitch with it, wasn't it?
About Austin Felix having his best tournament since first event of the season, St. John's.
Wow. Yeah.
Why would it changed?
He's in 8th place right now, 17 even.
Catch the hell out of them, because I am way down there. I mean, there's one. Dadgummit, dropped it. It's just been rough, man. My confidence is really low. I just hadn't made good decisions. Practices that I've had that have been good, it's changed in the tournament, and I mean, it's just part of it. But to stay on the Elite Series, you got to perform, and I just hadn't the last 2 years. So I'm really fishing to save my career right now. So I'm gonna hopefully get the ship righted on Pickwick this week. We're going to my second favorite place to fish next. So a couple good tournaments, we can turn this around and make a good year out of it anyways. A blue trophy somewhere along the way would definitely ease some pain. So just gonna stay focused and catch what bites. I feel like the biggest thing I need to do is just always focus on catching the next one. I get too concerned with catching a bunch every day and worrying about this and that, and the biggest thing to do fishing is just worry about the next bite.
Bill Lowen, not quite as dismal as he represented. He finished top 10 last week at Lake Fork. He's not that far down in the AOY points.
And for Justin Atkins, I can attest to what he was saying there about his confidence and about other things. He was asking me what the previous cut numbers were for Lake Fork and for other lakes over the last few years. He's been trying to eye what it would take to get into the cut, and he just needs to worry about catching the next bass.
Yes.
We got Davey Height on the line. B&W Trailer Hitch is live on the line with Davey Height, and you heard the guys speculating about the remainder of their season, but the Justin Atkins story seems to be the big headline right now. What do you think about that turnaround he's engineered? You got to see a lot of it.
Well, I mean, Justin Atkins has had a great career in his young career, still a young career, but has really unusual, not so good finishes the last 2 years, but gosh, you can just see and you can just hear him talking about fishing for his career. And unfortunately, that's what you have to do each and every year out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. There's a lot of pressure. And then when you just start letting that compound and you make bad decisions, you start thinking about, and Ronnie, you made a great point. You start asking questions about how much does it take to make the cut. And with $10,000 being the cut and the points and all, it's hard not to think that. But also, you can't fish tournaments that way. And it's easier said than done. I know that because I've been on both sides of that coin. But, man, it's a great place for Justin Atkins to turn this season around right here and finish the season up well.
Davey, if you really look at it, I got to talk to Ronnie about this, was where things started to kind of really tailspin was here. When we were here last year, that's when you started to see things go backwards for Justin Atkins. I want you to talk to some of our younger fishermen now. We always talk about momentum in this sport, and Davey, you know both sides of this. There is momentum when you pull the trolling motor cord. When you pull that cord, you can do no wrong. There is also that polar opposite side. When you go to pull that trolling motor cord and you look over the water line and you're like, what the heck do I do right now? There is two sides of momentum.
There absolutely is, Z, and I have been on both sides. And you would think, well, once you've been on both sides, you shouldn't ever make that mistake again and be on the, the downside of momentum. But it does happen, and there's all you can do is try. And it's good to hear Justin say this and to hear Ronnie talk about it. All you can focus on is catching the next fish, and know you only have to catch 5 fish. Don't put any unnecessary pressure on yourself. Your friends, your family, they love you, they support you. Go catch each fish and know that you only have to catch 5. Big bass, big stage, big dreams. Don't try to catch 100. Go catch 5. You're here for a reason.
Davey, real quick, one of the things the lake started to get a little bit more consistent when you were with Garrett a little bit ago. I mean, where at least you guys were having a fish catch about every couple minutes. For those beginning, those beginning anglers, okay, that are just kind of starting out in tournaments, describe what goes on, not only on the Tennessee River lakes, but this lake in particular. A lot of the guide trips are from this time of day on. Explain, do you think that those big bass, big stage, big dreams out there that are on these ledges, do you think those bigger bass are there all day and then just start to feed, or do you think a lot of fish move to those areas?
So I think both, Z. I think some of those fish are there all day, but maybe not on the bottom. We saw some of our best fish caught this morning offshore, but up high. We saw Webster catch a fish up real shallow, but they position and they move on those spots when that current moves, and that's when you need to be there. You need to be on your best spot when that current starts to flow.
Davey, thank you so much. Davey Height, and we'll probably be talking to Davey some more today. He's giving us a lot of good stuff from on location, on site, as we say there.
Exactly, Tommy. And I will tell you, I'm the king of run-on sentences. Today's been up there, if you know what I mean. I feel like that question I just asked Davey literally had zero flow, no end, and no beginning.
You're selling yourself short. It seemed perfectly clear.
Absolutely.
And of course, I can't talk today at all, so we're not even going to even get into that subject. Brandon Lester on top, Jacob Fouts, the rookie, right behind, Ito Christie. Atkins moving up into 7th place from basically nowhere. We got a lot more working here at Pickwick. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Great having you with us today on Bassmaster Live. A little less than a couple of hours fishing time left for these 91 anglers out there on day 1 of this Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Pickwick Lake. 2 hours is a pretty long period of time out here, depending on what you consider what can be done in 1 hour. What Justin Atkins basically did in 1 hour is pretty phenomenal. Actually, it's more like 2, but
yeah, exactly right, Tommy. BMC on point's going to really be Justin Atkins' afternoon, as we got to talk about. Looking at his morning, caught a 3-pounder at about 9 o'clock, but it was a painful 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes of fishing. Turned things around, righted the ship on 2 different areas. He did lose a 6-pounder. He said that would have obviously got him above that 20-pound mark. BMC on point so far today, Justin Atkins. And Zoot started to see some shots across the board during our commercial break.
Yeah, Mr. Taku Ito, his 3rd fish over 5 pounds, a 5.5. 5.5. He's got 20 pounds, 12 ounces, and the lead.
Kind of hard to tell if they were white bass or if they were bass.
And I will say, Z, when that 2.5 hours this morning, we kind of looked at each other, and you could hear it in your voice. We both kind of said, "Uh-oh, is this going to be another one of those?"
But you idle over them, and
Atkins is definitely right in the ship.
So I figured we'd just
big ship.
Swing around and try to get some eyes on them on our Mega 360. See if we can see them out here. There was a group here the other day, but they were further down than where I just marked these fish. Let's slide over here and see if we can get a better look.
Boy, Lester has our Phoenix Boats Big Bass at 6.0. Last year we had 7-pounder first day. Actually, every day we had a 7-pounder lead a big bass. Canterbury had a 7.6 and Cherry 7.11.
Get back over to Joseph Webster right here. Joseph telling us this morning that these fish are educated out here.
Boy, we thought we were going to see big things with Joseph after the first 60 minutes of fishing today. He's going to have a big afternoon.
Come on. Not yet. Come on. Get in here. Thank you, Lord. Getting there. Slowly but surely. One more.
For number 4 for Joseph Webster.
The size is there, the average size is there. He had 3 for 11 before that one. And he's really Z from my buddy Cody Harrison, who guides here and lived here his whole life, texted me and said he has been around some areas that, like, Joseph's not kidding. When he's found some winning quality fish, he has found 2 or 3 spots. You combine them together at the right times, and you can have that 90 pounds possibly, and super, you know, go above the expectations of this event.
Just bite it.
Yeah, I probably got another, I don't know, 10 holes or so. I wouldn't mind fishing. Whether or not we can get on them is another question, but I do have more places I wouldn't mind checking. Gosh, those kind of look like they're bass. A little bit.
We know that's Brandon Pollanick on the right.
There, though. Well, it's coming up to jump, though, kind of. Nope, that's a good largemouth. Yep. Feels like a white bass. Nope, good largemouth. Swing them in the boat.
That's a chunk.
There's so many down there. If they're all bass, that'd be fantastic. That would just be lovely. You stink. Man, he been eating crawfish or something.
Are you talking to me?
No. He seriously stinks, like his mouth smells funny. That's funky.
You ever smelt the inside of a bass's mouth?
Fish. Got some stank to you, but I love you. Over 3 pounds, so that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. Oh, what's number 5? Oh, Samsonite, get back here.
Pollanick sorting out his latest keeper right there. Right now, let's take a quick look at the leaderboard. Such mentioned this, and big news on top of that leaderboard with Takumi Ito. Busting up above 20 pounds, 20 pounds and 3/4. By Brandon Lester, Jacob Fouts, Brian Newton, Jason Christie. So big moves, Z.
Exactly, marathon peak performance. Taku Ito talked about it earlier today. This tournament kind of sets up in his wheelhouse. And the one thing that we have seen with Taku today, he has not done a lot of running around. Really the bulk of what you're looking at from, and here's the good thing, he has really caught them all day long with still room to grow. Unofficially at 20 pounds and 12 ounces, marathon peak performance, Taku Ito. let's rein it back, or let's rein it back in.
Taco Ito coming into form for sure. This is
Sorry, bud.
had a big summer last year, to be sure.
And I'd have to imagine, looking at that leaderboard with Taku over 20 pounds now, Lester at 19 since this morning, Fouts and Schmidt at 18.5 apiece and 19 pounds respectively. I'd have to imagine, I think at least 3 people have over 20 pounds right now, maybe 4.
Yes.
I'd have to say
Yes.
that, you know.
I don't really like fighting.
At least
them
that's
this
what I
way.
need for my
I
11
can't
to
like
come
push
true.
the rod down
I'm
into
already
the
to have
boat.
progress, you know.
Cross body, you got to go opposite.
That one feels a little bigger. Nope. Gosh, I don't think he'll help. I don't think he'll help.
Well, we found us our own little school. We got him a little fired up. It's 3 casts in a row, but he's not gonna help. Actually. Does he really help? Number 2. Doesn't seem right, but. It's our last smallmouth. Huh? Yeah, it's bigger. Huh.
What was that one?
2 1/4.
Last year we had
Come on.
6
Give
20-pound
us a
bags on
big.
day 1 and 11 on
Give
day
us a
2.
fiver. Give us a fiver. I got water all over my sunglasses. It switches to 360.
I'd say about the 5 or 6 anglers that have gone to
missed
Bay
it.
Springs
Too far
Lake,
left.
that unorthodox run, you know, away from Pickwick, basically. I think about 3 of them are inside the cut. None of them are higher than 40th. It's the 3 that are in the cut are 40th, 44th, and 46th. But then we've got guys in 50th, 53rd, you know, 70s. John Cox has taken a big hit today making that run. But you never know.
Not gonna help either.
Could have been better than what he had on Pickwick, but you know, we can only look at it from this aspect right now.
See, Pollinick. This is about really the best back-to-back. Granted, they're not big fish, but back-to-back flurry for Pollinick on an oversized crankbait. Very similar to what we saw him do on fork.
Over here. Come on, fish, you gotta stretch. Oh. What a grind, Jake, what a grind. Yep. That one I just lost out of that tree back there was a heavy one, you know. All right, getting closer. Getting closer.
Keep catching them.
I mean, he freaking drilled it. I mean, all the stuff I've been pitching all the way up through there. Maybe it's just a timing thing. I mean, I know the current's the deal, but I didn't start doing this till like 1 o'clock yesterday, you know? And it's, what, 1:20 and I've just had 4 or 5 bites.
Been a grinder today for Bill Lowens. He got 4 in the boat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. With that fish right there, but he says, you know, timing could be coming into his time.
And one of the cool things that we're going to be able to see on Friday, look, a lot of your leaders at today's weigh-in have had a lot of other company with them that have not caught them. Seeing the little adjustments, whether it's been bait changes or timing. Your leaders have had to outfish a lot of friends around them throughout day number 1 here on Pickwick.
Yeah. Close contact, up close and personal. Let's pause for some Striker Daily trivia right now. Give you a question here. What percentage of the field caught limits in the 2010 Elite on Pickwick Lake? Was it 95.7, 98.2, 99.8, or 100% of the field?
I'm glad I studied this last week.
Okay, you did.
That's a more
100,000%
understandable question. I mean, I understand this one.
Yeah, that's a top notch. That's a top shelf question right
12
there.
years ago.
No doubt about it. We'll be back with the answer.
You remember.
That is your trivia question. More to come from Pickwick.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
A little less than an hour and a half fishing time on this day 1 action full field 91 out there fishing. Now the Striker Daily Trivia, Mike Sukon stays up all hours of the night in his little workshop fashioning these questions for trivia. Let's take a look at this one right now. What percentage of the field caught limits in the 2010 Elite on Pickwick Lake? Who wouldn't remember that?
Won by Kevin Short. That was the shallow one.
95.7%, 98.2, 99.8, or 100% of them.
Tommy, I remember covering that event. We were actually out on the water for that one, and I'm going to go with 100%.
100%?
See, I feel like 100% is the answer, but I'm going to go 98.2 because someone always has a bad day.
Well, I'll take the C then. I'm 99.8.
Nobody had a bad day.
Oh,
Everybody caught a limit. Everybody, all 4 days.
Yeah. Everybody had a good day there in that one.
Even the 93rd place.
He remembers.
Who was fishing in that 2010 event? We won't even go into that.
That's the trivia question. Who's fishing now that was fishing then, right?
Right.
Ancient people.
Darren Swankback.
Yeah. Back out to Brandon Pollanick, who very excited to have sort of landed on or encountered a lot of fish out there.
Dirty dog.
Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh, he's a little thicker than I thought. I think he's gonna help. I mean, if you're gonna hook him with a spoon, that's exactly how you want to hook him.
You getting bit every one of those times?
Oh yeah. Every single time I set the hook, it was going boom, boom.
That's off.
Well, those fish are built way different than a lot of the fish we've seen caught offshore today.
Mm-hmm. It looks like a thick 3-pounder. Dang, boy!
Matt Robertson, 4.5 pounder. He's up to 18 pounds, 5 ounces, 5th place.
About time to do a fantasy revisor over here on the board.
Good one right there for Pollinick. He is landing on a school of them biting. We have not seen a flurry like this yet. Starting out with a really, really deep diving crankbait, transitioning to that spoon, and you heard cameraman Brian Evie make the comment, were you getting bit every time you were swatting and swinging? He is
just
on a load of them.
And it happens so fast because it's just like calm, 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 pong. And you got to hit him with it. And you got to be quick.
If you just like let them swim around out there and flop around, they got so much weight swinging in front of their face with that hook, it'll just rotate the hook right out. So you just want to fill their mouth full. Like when they bite it and you set the hook, you want them to open their mouth and just keep that mouth full of water so they can't shake their head. Because a fish can't swim with their mouth open. They have to close their mouth. Oh, that feels like a big one. Come on. Or is he just hooked funny? Whew. Thought he was gonna be bigger. Thought he was gonna be bigger than that. I don't think he's gonna help though. I really didn't want anyone to see us here. That's no bueno. Daddy on.
Pollanick having an exciting 20 minutes there for sure. See how long that will last as we head back down to Bill Lowen. In those shallow spots today. Boy, it's been tough. It's been a long, painful 4-fish day so far.
There's 5, buddy.
I think he'll make it, won't he? Come on, you want to go for a ride? You gonna want to go for a ride? Woo! God dang, Jake. What a daggone grind. What a grind. Now we need old Biggs. That was 5, right? All right, kiddos, calm down. Can't believe they've slid all the way up there in the dirt. I don't know. Yeah, exact same pitch. But that's how it was yesterday, dude. You'd get 3 or 4 bites off of every piece of wood. Crazy. 16 inches? Unbelievable right now. Unbelievable how shallow they're up there. Bluegill. That one was a bluegill.
Pollinick is every single cast.
Oh, he's caught quite a few fish between his couple spots today.
We're close. I told you they're really close to the boat. We might help. 293 and a 304. Excuse me, I think this side. That's 3. That's 1. There's 4 right there. He's 3 1/4.
about a half a pound.
Yeah, it's good when you're getting rid of them, huh? Oh, mega swimmer, thank you very, very much. You're a good friend. There's some good ones on this, like just like good solid average ones, you know, like, yeah. Which is weird because I caught my biggest ones in practice on that spot. I caught fish like that, you know. Those were the biggest ones I caught in practice. I never caught a 4-pounder. I caught 2 3-pounders and the rest were 2-pounders. And I mean, I tried, like you're not fishing them, but I'd pull up and like, usually the bigger ones bite pretty quick, you know, one of the first ones. I don't sit there and just pound on them, but gosh, they're like just right there by the boat. Spooning. When they get close, I just like throwing the spoon. You got all that action right there. You can just keep it up in their face and hop it up and they'll slide back.
Dude, why are they so shallow?
Kind of stays in the
Why
strike
did they
zone.
go so shallow?
Watch out, here he comes again. Jason Christie, 4-pounder, 3rd place.
I mean, I'm talking about in the dirt.
Wow. 20 on the bass scales.
At least, probably.
Absolutely. Ronnie,
19 on bass track.
that.
Nah, 20 and a half on the bass scales.
He had some stank to him. He'd been down there just eating shad.
Not because the
Dropped it.
scales are off, but
right?
because the bass track's off, okay? Just all those
He literally
conspiracy
smelled like
theorists who watch online and maybe even fish
like a
professionally.
bottle of
Just letting them know.
Maybe have jobs.
Get
Now,
you some
look at
TV, huh?
His fish on Bass Track. 4-4-4-0
Ain't gonna help either.
fish. 4-0 exactly, and 1-3-0.
I'm just curious if he's a keeper.
Yeah, there's
or not.
All well-rounded.
There's some fudge room there.
I mean, I think that smallmouth is my little guy. You know? I mean, he's a keeper. I better check that smaller before we get all stupid here. I know they're biting like mad, and I don't want to be digging in this box, but let's put him over here for now.
Fast and furious for Bill Lowen, and especially Brandon Pollanick. And you're right, Z, those fish they've been eating regularly.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Tommy. And they're absolutely not giants for Pickwick, but great flurry for Brandon Pollanick, who's probably had a strange week, to say the least. Expecting his first baby with Tiffany. Our poll replay of the day is going to be getting on a school that are biting consistently. That has by far and away been the best flurry, at least back-to-back flurries that we've seen. Brandon Pollanick going to work with a deep diving plug, then backing it up with a big spoon and a swim bait. Literally getting bit every single cast. And we talked about that earlier this morning. You think, man, it's just not going to happen. And when you land on the right spot on the Tennessee River, that's what you get to see. Back-to-back casts. For the better side now, it's been about 20 to 30 minutes. Power poll replay of the day, Brandon Pollanick. Very, very good flurry.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
An hour and a quarter minus run time. That's what our 91 anglers have. As far as fishing time remaining on this day number 1, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake, Counce, Tennessee. Not the lower end of Pickwick here. Fantastic host city this time around, really enjoying that. We got 4 days of fishing in this tournament. We're about to get to the tail end of day one here with Takumi Ito. Won his first one last year up on the St. Lawrence River. He's the man on top. Brandon Lester, Jason Christie. The last 30 minutes, Mark Zona, have, at least for our broadcast, belonged to Brandon Pollanick.
Absolutely, Tommy Sanders, and really kind of playing out the way we thought it would every time we've been to Pickwick this time of year or any other lake connected to the Tennessee River. Afternoons by far the best. We kind of hammered that home early and often today, and really looking what Brandon Pollanick's done. Big afternoon, and I agree with Ronnie. I'm looking at those on a very, very unofficial weights right now. I think we're going to see several 20-pound stringers by the time the weigh-in starts. Brandon Pollanick live.
Jeez. Got one hook. You dirty little rotten sucker. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. We're just gonna do some retying, that's all. Don't mind us. Just retying. Just retying.
Oh,
just
he's doing the box trick, the lid, the old lid trick. I like that. Psych!
Oh no, he's long. If he had some thick bones, you need some thunder thighs.
304. It's pretty crazy to see some stuff you think's real sneaky and you don't think nobody find it. And I done seen two people hit one of them sneaky spots. I mean, these boys out here, they know what they're doing. It's not as easy as it once was. Used to when we fished offshore, you had it all to yourself, and electronics has changed the game now. All the triangulating and the bottom bouncing and everything we've done to find this stuff, and mapping's come so far. I remember sitting at the table when I was a young man, and all I did was look at paper maps. Everything's gone to a digital world. I swear I never thought I'd see it in my life. It happened in a hurry now. There's somebody else pulled up on that. I really want to fish that. That's the second one. That's the third one now that's pulled up on that. It's very, very sneaky. Not sneaky enough, apparently. Man, those are little bitty. I'm gonna throw on this time too. It's not real good looking, but it's good looking enough. I need to throw on it. There's a chance that it's a few small ones there and maybe a big one. I'll know pretty quick. It might be stripers. That's one of them. Usually I wouldn't even throw at it, but something. I thought I already had a bite. I was like, what in the world? I'm already hung. Come on, I really don't want to go up there. I thought it was all gravel. That's a good sign there's brush piles around here when you see the only cedar tree laying in the water and tops cut out of it. We probably just fished it. That looks like a great place to flip a jig, and I just drove right past it. Whew, that's pretty.
Another one late for Atkins right there.
I wonder if that's going to help him.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I don't think so.
it'll just be by a few ounces.
Boy, it would help Joseph Webster. He's still on 4 fish. He's 26
We got
though.
1 2.5 in there we got to get rid of. Seems like everything we're catching right now is a 2.5. This one's just a little bit better. I'd really like to catch one more big one. Get out of here. Make our way back down the lake.
While Justin Atkins gets a weight and a measurement on that fish to see if it'll upgrade for him, it had me thinking, Tommy, watching Buddy Gross idle up to that spot, talking about how all of those sneaky areas on Pickwick are no longer sneaky. Well, I thought the same thing this week, picking my Bassmaster Rapala fantasy fishing team. I had a couple sneaky picks that ended up not being sneaky at all, because talking with Such, talking with Tommy in studio, we have shared numerous of our good picks. And I'm not going to talk about Drain the Lake right now because my team is normally much better there. It's doing fine, but I wanted to highlight the Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing team. The fact that between the combination of us three, we have 3 or 4 anglers out of our 5 in the top 15 for all 3 of our teams. That is unbelievable, and it's a mixture of, for me, Matt Robertson, Jacob Fouts, and Cody Huff, all sitting in the top 10. Matt Airy around that 18th spot. Iaconelli, he's my low man. He's in the 60s right now, the same as Tommy, though. So, Z, we were talking about how the king is back in fantasy fishing this week, and I've had an uptick.
We were?
Well, it doesn't matter, because the guys in studio have hacked into my account, and they see my team, and they pick the same guys, basically. You mix in a Lester and you mix in an Atkins, and their 3 or 4 anglers are also in the top 10, just like mine. So I will say, if we combined our 3 teams, we would have the best fantasy fishing team that you could possibly pick, and we may just share that award, you know? No, that's not at all. Not at all. I mean, sometimes we miss. This week we've hit big time.
And Ronnie, in all honesty, I notice when you go to the screen of knowledge and your fantasy team is doing well, you have a little more pop in your step, if you know what I mean.
I actually did a little dance for the crew walking over here because I was excited about it, so yeah.
Here's a little advice that should work out well on your side. You ought to drop Iaconelli a text later and tell him to pick it up and see what that response would be.
I'm gonna let him know that it was between him and Justin Atkins in Bucket E, and I went with him, and Justin Atkins is obviously having a great event. So if it was the reverse psychology that got Justin Atkins doing great on his home lake, then I will take that. But yeah, only one guy struggling for all 3 of our teams, so I'll take that.
Hacking ain't easy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you like that dance?
He came back full of energy there, Tommy.
Yeah, pep in the step. Exactly.
Whoa. It's a big old weather front coming through Little Rock right now. We just had some loud thunder. Which
shook the building a little bit.
Will that end up making it? Will it make its way to Pickwick tomorrow?
This afternoon, supposedly, about the same storm is popping up.
Okay.
Supposed to.
While Ronnie was filling us in on his fantasy situation
and
right
yours.
there, we had another, and mine, and Such's. We had another catch from Justin Atkins. I want to show you this.
Storms and counts now are a little later than 4 p.m.
A little better. Yeah. Catch them, hang them on scales. Keep going.
No help for Justin Atkins. Here's another keeper, or possibly, no, not a keeper for Bill Rowe.
It's awesome, but it's not. You know.
Z, that's...
Here, you want to do a tube tip real quick?
Okay, we'll let him do
All right.
Absolutely.
So many guys lose fish on a tube. They just complain about it. So look, 4-aught EWG Hayabusa hook. You see me earlier today kind of open that hook up just a little bit. So here's what you want to do. Go in just a little bit, not a lot. Always keep the eye of the hook sticking out of the tube. And then when you expose it, I don't ever stick the hook back into the tube. That'll make your hookups go up 100%.
And the reason because of that, Z, when the hook eye is covered up by the tube material and you set the hook, it'll often bunch up that hollow spot and kind of put it as kind of like a bobber stop on your hook point, and kind of just keeps it from really getting in the fish.
Craziness.
Atkins with a swing and miss.
You ever seen anything like it, my friend?
I just didn't have it.
It's awesome, but it's not. Hey, makes for good TV, right?
That's just like more fish catches in the last 13 minutes
than we've had all day. Incredibly shallow for Bill Lowen. That is just remarkable.
Must be brim.
Just going back to the school. Wow, gotcha. No, you're right.
Out there around them.
Might not have cast far enough.
Come on now, law of averages says. It's all your fault, Jake. It's all your fault because of your comment earlier.
I mean, tuning Jake Latondras up right now. Bill Lowen is.
Yeah.
Just lighting him up like a Christmas tree.
The way Matt Robertson treats his Christmas trees.
Over the course of the next hour, all these guys will be on the move, heading back to Counce, Tennessee, to the ramp there at State Park, at the dam, at the Pickwick Dam, and of course we will have for you an hour after that, 4:10 Eastern Time, our weigh-in coming your way right here on Bassmaster.com. Will it be Taku Ito in that Yeti hot seat? It's so warm. It is. Wow, you can get blistered there.
Tommy, on day number 1 at Lake Fork, it was like hot syrup on that Yeti hot seat. I mean, dripping wet.
Absolutely.
We talked about it, Tom. And I'm going to tell you something. You ready? I'm going to say Jason Christie's going to be a lot closer to Taku. I agree with what Ronnie said. He grossly underestimates his weights. Good times, Bassmaster Live.
Yeah, that's a great point right there. Plenty to see coming up at the weigh-in again, starting at 4:10 Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com. And do not forget that we will be here right on time for you, 8 Eastern Time tomorrow. We will crank up with another 7 hours of Bassmaster Live. Day 2, full field fishing again here on Pickwick. Definitely look forward to all of that.
Absolutely. Solid day of fish catching for day number 1 here on Pickwick Lake,
like
Tennessee.
The one I caught.
Going to be a great day with the leaders tomorrow to see how they kind of adjusted with a lot of competition around them. Big time today, Bassmaster Live.
Thank you, each and every one of you, for joining us today on Bassmaster Live. We hope to bring you some more of this great action, and we will. Again, starting tomorrow at 8. We will see you then.
Get in here. Thank you, Lord.